One hand behind the back. Take your rope.
Class 2, please enter to your pen. Class 2, to your pen.
Hey, Brad, you dropped your rope.
Someone show it. There's a sign right there. You're showing right now? Okay, right there. There's a sign. And then you have to leave it in and leave it right. You guys will have to follow suit line though.
Madison Gray, please come to your pen. Madison Gray. If you are showing, you need to enter from the north end by the llama barn.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate you going through some extreme measures to get to this point so that your young people could participate in something probably far more noble than what a lot of their peers are doing this morning. So I know it's a bit unorthodox, and so we're going to make the best of it. We're going to enjoy it, and I would guess long term from now, here's my anticipation of 2020. A lot of us who are a little older and have to make decisions this year, we're probably stressing a little bit more this year. But I'm guessing long term, 25 years from now, what that young man right there is going to remember is that he spent more time with his mom and dad in 2020 than he probably did any other year in his life. And that there were a lot of folks who stepped up and helped these people out. So again, a lot of things to go about, but also a lot of things to see the big picture positive. Across the board, clearly in this class, every animal needs to be heavier. In today's pig industry, that one's going to get underneath there. In today's pig industry, we really need hogs that weigh 240 or more. And so as a result, blanket statement, all these pigs need to be heavier. But that goes for everything. So we'll work with what we've got. Every animal in here would receive a carcass discount, and it'd be pretty substantial, some heavier than others because of their weight. But beyond that, really there are about 2 or 3 hogs, maybe 4, who put themselves in the greatest position in this particular drive, and I think in those you could do some different things. But for me, I think really the top pair comes down to 2 different hogs, and they happen to both be in front of me right now. The chromed up pig here that belongs to the young man number 25, and then the other, the solid black gilt right next to it. I think those are the 2 hogs that we have to decide for this top spot. And you can go either way. You can go with raw carcass merit, the high cutability, heavy muscled hog that pounds heavy hog in this class is clearly the big black gilt. And so again, we probably won't see a higher percent lean hog in the entire day. The challenge is for her, is she deep enough in her center body? Is she productive enough? Is she sound-footed enough? She's swelling in the hocks pretty good. But again, there's a lot of power. The other portion of that decision lies here then with this chromed up off-belted hog. This is a pig who's probably a little more productive in terms of her center body shape. She's a bit more correct in terms of her bone work, and certainly cleaner in terms of her hock. She too does get a little bit straight bladed up front. You can make her a little bit more relaxed there. But that's the decision for me in this particular class. Certainly, I know there are some challenges here with, we know that it's a little difficult to dress the pigs up here today, so I'm going to be a little bit forgiving. But there's no question, there's a bit more freshness in the black hog. That does add to the visual appeal a little bit. That's the decision for me. Young man with the black gilt's going to have her champion in this particular class. Number 25 here is going to be second in this particular drive. That comes down to another decision then. I think in the 3 and 4 spot, you got some different things you can do there as well. For me, it comes down to a conversation between a couple belted hogs. Young man's gilt here that's right in the middle of the ring, and then the belted barra that's on the far end of the ring. As I look at it, here's the similarities. They're both moderate scaled, pretty sound hogs relative to this drive. They're big body pigs, are productive, and if we let them go to a more ideal market weight, I think they do a nice job with that. The give and take. The gilt, as you would often expect from a gilt, is heavier muscled and she's leaner, she's longer spine. The barra's probably the soundest, most productive, and from a skeleton standpoint, it's probably the most ideal in class. That pig gives up quite a bit of muscle mass and shape, and as a result, the gilt's going to go ahead and live in third in this particular drive. The young man's barra down there on the other end is going to be number 4. That leaves us with a few pigs to sort, and again, some situations you could go back and forth, there's no question. For me, I think as you figure some of these pieces out, and again, those pigs who are done, you all can rest. You don't have to keep driving them. In 5th is going to be the young lady's white hog across the ring from me. The blue-eyed pig has a bit more stretch and a bit more skeletal extension maybe than the belted hog that's directly in front of it. That pig to me needs to be a little bit better in its knee up front. It's a bit too far forward for me in that particular standpoint. And that hog's a little bit old and stale for a pig at this weight. Certainly like to see that pig as a bit more youthful. If so, that pig might sneak itself up into that conversation for the top 4. And from there, as we continue to motor through our particular group, Young lady on the other side, number 80, I think is the number, will be the 6th one in this particular class. Again, another high cutability gilt, and you admire the leanness in that hog. But again, at these lightweights, that's not a terribly challenging task. That's to be expected. The bigger challenge here is we just need more groceries on this one. If you had more pounds in this one, she'd be a serious threat in this class if maybe there was another 15, 20 pounds on that one. As it is, there's just not quite enough pig there for this particular guy on this particular day. And then we're going to come around, and as we looked in at our last couple entries, gentleman here in the middle's got a gilt, a belted gilt that is as attractive built as any pig in this class. If you want to know what a good structure is supposed to look like, that's what a pig is supposed to be built like. Tall fronted, yet still sound and correct with the lay of that front leg. Loose spine, flexible hip, a good back step, good amount of bone. Pig's just not big enough. Simple as that. So you like a lot of pieces, we just need more hog there. And then the young man, number 82, I believe it is going to round out this particular drive. Again, another pig who's pretty sound and certainly lean. We're just a long ways from a mark away. And so we appreciate some of the flexibility of that pig. We just need to see a bit more in the seat of his pants, maybe just a bit more pounds all the way through. If you would, do me a favor and give these young folks a nice hand for us, please.
Good job, Chloe. Woo-hoo.
Class 3, you guys are going to be starting at the north end. Gavin Bowman, Levi Coover, Dustin Dickhawk, Madison Miyake, Joshua Miyake, Sawyer Morton, Jake Houlihan, Jason Smith, Tel Arthur, and Madison Latre. Make your way down to the scoreboard on the north end.
I could call it whatever. Because class 2 is already in there. Oh, and so now they're coming. Oh, they just called it.
Whatever, second round. And please move all the way around to the furthest side. Thank you. Just control this round.
I need you guys not to cluster on the east end unless your kid is either showing or set to show. You need to be back in your family fun area. Thank you. may enter to your pens. Class 3, to your pens.
Yes, she does need to go out and back that way when she's showing. Make sure you're 6 foot out.
If you guys do not have a child in the class right now or in the next class, I need you guys to go back to your family cars. You cannot cluster out there. Thank you.
Out the gate.
Again, another blanket statement here in terms of weight for these particular individuals. Across the board, the class needs to be a bit heavier. Again, if we were going to go sell these hogs, we had a truckload of hogs weighing these weights, we would take a pretty substantial discount. It would hurt a little. And even in the Midwest right now, live weight hogs are worth about a quarter. Not a lot of room to take discount. So keep that in mind. As I watch this class, I'm not sure there's a single pig who comes in and says, that's my class. But I do think there are 4 pigs who make a pretty solid argument, a pretty solid claim. They're completely different. They're not necessarily the same kind. This class causes us to do some give and take. It's all just kind of talk about these top 4 here briefly as they kind of present themselves to me. And again, in no particular order at this point. The black gilt here, the solid black gilt. Again, another expressive, lean, high credibility kind of pig. A pig who certainly has a lot of freshness in terms of skin and hair. This young man has done a lot of work at the house getting this pig ready to put her church clothes on and come to town, and that certainly shows. She's comfortable to drive. He's driven her a lot at the house. She knows how to get around. Again, the bloom of muscle, the freshness that she has, I like all of those things. Where would you change her? She's too hollow-centered. She's too cut up in her flank. We need her more productive in the center third of her body. And if you want to get really anal like a pig guy, her inside rear toes are a little too small and it causes her to kind of twist. That may not seem like a big deal unless you have hundreds of those on a concrete floor somewhere. That can become quite a little conundrum. Another one of those pigs, again in no particular order, is the great belted hog right here. When you study this one, probably brings as much of a wallop in terms of muscle mass, in terms of stoutness and boldness of blade, in terms of wideness of pin set, thickness of hip, as anything in class. Probably not as lean and high credibility necessarily as the black hog, but sometimes that's a good thing because we can get just a bit too lean in today's pork business. And so that pig is probably a little bit more appropriate in terms of fat cover. The struggle for that hog's a bit too quick in terms of her maturity pattern, meaning that she needs to be bigger. And if we give her a lot more time, I'm not sure she can get a lot bigger without starting to get a little too fat. So she gets a little too jammed up in her front end. She's a little too short hip. But frankly, her biggest challenge today is she's really struggling on that right rear. She's just not very comfortable when you set her in motion. But again, a good one is certainly one of the top four that you got to consider. The blue pig, the blue gilt here right to my left. That's a hog who's certainly striking, another one who's very well presented, a hog who's got some freshness of skin and hair, and you appreciate those things. That hog is deeper bodied than one of the hogs we talked about, a little plainer middle than the other pig we talked about. This hog's getting just as good as the skin and hair are. This hog's starting to get a little bit stale from a compositional standpoint. That spine or that chine, as a big person would say, is coming up a little bit there around the blade, getting a little flat in terms of her muscle tone. And so those are a little peculiar. You just like to see her a bit fresher in terms of her muscle composition and a little bit fuller in the center portion of her body, but certainly a striking one to represent this particular drive and one that you can certainly get excited about. And I would understand that. The fourth pig in this conversation is the young lady's belted gilt, number 65 here to my left. This is a pig who's probably not quite as dressed up as the other three pigs we've talked about. And, to be honest, is probably not as explosively muscled as the other three. Frankly, when you view her from the side, she's starting to look a little bit more like a gilt. While you've heard me talk about needing some middle and some body, and we do, she's getting right on the edge of maybe where she's getting a little bit to where she's starting to look a little more maternal than market hoggish in her center body design. But, save that. Here's a hog who's as sound as anything in the top end. When you get up on top of this hog, this is one who surprises you in terms of the muscle mass she packs down her loin edge. It's one who's pretty tall fronted and attractive. And so to me, that is a complete one. It's probably not one who screams your attention right off the bat, but certainly one of those who works her way into the top four. The more you study the drive, the more you can't find what is considered from an industry standpoint a serious deficiency, and as a result, that young lady's going to have the class winner in this particular drive. So, absolutely, give her a hand. That's a big deal. Second in class will be the blue with the silver barrel, the gray barrel, or gilt, excuse me, here in front of me. Again, if this hog is just a little bit fresher middle, a little bit fresher up over its neck, this pig probably wins the class for me, as it is getting a little bit stale. Again, if the pig weighed 275 or 280 was a little stale, I wouldn't be too upset about that. But when we're not even 230, I've got to take that into account. That's my job. Coming into, then as we mark our third spot in class, The big gray belted hog over on the side, that's the muscle pig, that's the product pig in this class. And again, if that one can move a little bit better, it might change the dynamics of the top three, but our job is to do our job, and that hog just isn't quite sound enough today for us to go ahead and run with that one. And then in fourth, we're going to have the big black Yelta 54. And so that's how we sort through the top four of those. Now, it gets equally as difficult as you work through the middle of the class, because, for example, the chromed up, or the tricolored barrel. This pig, when he was leaner, is a threat to be in the top trio of the class. But unfortunately, here's a hog, again, not at 230, and is starting to get pretty greasy. He's pushing quite a bit of fat in terms of his elbow pocket. He's got quite a little bit cover in terms of his jowl, and he's losing his shape. And so as a result, there's a lot of good design pieces in that pig, and I appreciate those. That hog's just too overcooked and too past his prime. He's going to stand 5. Coming into 6, right here, young man with 94. Here's a gilt that we have to concede, these are market hogs, and product matters more than design. And here's a pig that, just step in between them, there you go. Here's a pig that, when we work her hip structure, yes, she's a little too round in terms of her hip structure. That causes her to get a bit too up in her top, or maybe a bit forward in terms of her blade, and maybe she's a bit more awkward in terms of motion. But there's a hog relative to drive who's big, has some pounds of product, is reasonably rugged, and as a result, that puts that pig in a position that we have to continue to consider. So it'll stand 6 in this particular class. 7, number 150 behind us. A barrel that, again, similar to the tricolored hog a moment ago, just a bit too heavy condition for me, in particular at this weight. I would suggest that probably this might actually be the heaviest condition hog in class, and at a spot that, again, at this weight I'm just not quite comfortable with, but I do respect the fact that the hog is matured and has been fed to, for that particular pig, a logical endpoint. I think we're up to 8 if my math holds, and we're here at 95. A pig to me who, again, brings a lot, and much like a hog, we talked about a hog a little lower in the last class than maybe some might like, and here's a similar one. This 95 pig has a lot of the pieces. If somebody said, I've got a show in 3 weeks, pick one and dial it up, that's the pig. That's the pig in this class who puts together a good structural design that hog's wide enough. Is it as heavy muscled as some pigs in class? Probably not, but it has loads of potential. The problem is today that hog's just too far from coming to fruition with that potential. That hog's a little too flat ribbed for me right now. That hog's a little too green relative to some others in the class, and I don't see a lot of top shape. I do love a lot of pieces about that pig, and if that pig's sitting at 12 o'clock, it ratchets way, way high in this class. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite there for me today, but I appreciate how some might swap that the other way. And then as we round out our class with a couple more hogs, again, the gentleman over here with the pig who's, again, a little too short spine for me, but heavy muscle relative to the pig, I'll follow it with. And then we'll round out the class with the red belted gilt, number 26. One of the higher credibility, leaner hogs in class. Again, a hog who just needs more muscle mass from blade to hip. Scouting that one up just a little bit, and she might move up a few spots. Would you do me a favor and give all the exhibitors in this driver line for us, please?
Class 3, please come to the show pen. Class 3, make your way down.
All the way.
Class 4, we're going to get you guys gathered down at the north gate. Starting off with Lauren Magnuson, Cooper Griswold, Austin Miller, Mackenzie Bussey, Tannen Weller, Kimber Staff, Shelby Miyake, Briley Reese-Silvers, Delaney Magnuson, Emma Palmer, Hadley Yobles, Nevaeh Melliot. Please make your way down to the north end. outside watching or your kid is in the next class, you guys should not be outside. Please maintain our social distancing. Thank you.
All right, I'll sound like a broken record. It's my job to do my job. Again, all these hogs need to be heavier past that. My way of thinking in this one, probably 4 hogs put themselves in position in this particular drive to have a chance. 3 of those hogs tend to follow one genre a little bit more, the other pigs a little bit different. So there's some give and take, and we may or may not agree how they sort out in the bottom, or excuse me, in the end. But I think these are going to be the 4 hogs that make the most sense for me. Again, in no particular order, just as they present themselves. It doesn't surprise me that the young lady with the 115 gilt presented herself first, because you're driving well. Thank you for your showmanship skills, much appreciated. Take a note. You don't, in a ring, this is a nice big ring, I love it. I'm a judge who loves big rings. There's no need for you to ever get closer than 8 feet to me, ever. Now, I might initiate it so you don't have any choice, but you shouldn't initiate that. Also, get these hogs in a straight line and let them crank. Let them roll a little bit. And she's not the only one. There are a couple other good showmen that we're going to highlight as well. But it doesn't surprise me that she presented that hog as soon as I grabbed the mic, because there she was. This gilt athletically is by some mark the best inner lower skeleton in this class. Those lower joints are super important. For one, just in a real world scenario, they at least have to be tolerable. In a world where pigs ought to go to 280 or more, having joints that can handle that in a harsh concrete environment in the real world is important. And this pig can do that. This pig has flex. It has the right kind of angles. This pig is sound. And as a bonus, because sometimes they can be sound and not very attractive. In this case, this pig is sound and attractive and well presented to highlight those things. So from the side, this gilt smacks a really, really nice picture. You get up on the hog, you'd certainly like to see a bit more mass there. The pig doesn't bring quite the same sort of hammer in terms of muscle shape, span of rib cage, turn of top, the width of stifle that maybe you'd like to see. But again, from a design standpoint, probably the best pig we've seen to this point from a skeletal design standpoint throughout the show. So you have to, that one has to be a player. Another one that's going to present itself pretty quickly is the young man in the number 111. Has the off-belted gilt that's kind of strolling away from him. Now there's a pig who at first blush might seem a lot like the hog we just talked about. And there are some similarities. They're similar in terms of size and scale and skeletal length. The difference is the young man's gilt gets just a touch, a skosh more awkward in terms of skeleton. Lays a bit more forward at the top of that shoulder blade, so as a result gets a little bit stiffer fronted. Gets just a little bit rounder from behind, and as a result isn't quite as athletic when you set her in motion. Hogs, again, similar to the other pig I mentioned in terms of being a little bit dry-centered. But where the young man's gilt has the distinct advantage is in terms of muscle. That hog brings quite a little bit more tone and shape and turn of muscle than the hog we just talked about. And so, a lot of similarities, just a bit more carcass composition, and clearly that's important. 88, young lady in the middle, other person who's done a nice job driving for me. There's a gilt that somewhat similar, I would say, to our pig that we talked about a few moments ago. In terms of stretch, in terms of athleticism, really reaches good up front off that front foot. This hog has a lot of look. Probably doesn't propel quite as good off that hind leg, but the biggest issue is this hog gives up some muscle to the 2 pigs we've mentioned so far in class. And so you really like the extension, but part of the reason this hog maybe comes across as maybe breaking slightly behind the shoulder, maybe narrowing up slightly when it motors away from you, is there isn't quite as much muscle. And then the 4th pig in this group that I'm going to talk about is the one who's different. And that's the young man's gilt number 132 on the far side. Now there's a hog that's, again, cut from a different cloth. This hog is opened up, big body, and productive in terms of her nature. Maybe if we had a couple weeks to dial in our feed record again, Maybe we can trim that hog up and protein level that hog up a little bit so we can add just a bit more muscle shape and maybe trim just a little bit of belly while still keeping that impressive rib cage. Really like the productive nature of this pig. This is the kind of hog the world needs more of. If you're going to have show pigs that can also function as meat animals. That hog is sound and flexible, attractive enough to go with it. And so that to me becomes the discussion you have in this drive. And as you wiggle into them a little bit tighter, really what it, even in that 4 against the spot, even though there's 3 of one type and 1 of another, we're going to jumble them up a little bit because I think that's what the class warrants. And ultimately the decision for me comes down to the 2 hogs that went to the block. Do you like the really productive nature and the gilt that we just spoke about moments ago, even though she needs to be a touch heavier muscled and a touch leaner? Or do you go ahead and give a nod to the big stout rugged gilt over here, even though she needs to be a bit more productive? You go either way, you can do what you like. For me, at the end of the day, it is a market hog composition contest, and composition matters. 111 will be our class winner in this particular drive. Young man snuck away from me with the other gilt. Oh, right behind me, sorry. 132 will be second in this particular class. Young lady with 115 is going to be third in this particular drive, and 88 will be fourth. So that's at the top end of this particular group. And then for me, there's still a couple hogs that I think bring a lot of good. Just somebody step in between them, Terry. Exhibitors, do our ring folks a favor. Anytime 2 hogs start to get side by side or face to face, one of the handlers just walks between them. Now, not once they're fighting, clearly stay out of the way, like most of the boards do that. But as soon as they start to put their faces together, if you walk between them, you'll cut most of that off really fast. So, from my standpoint, then there's still a couple hogs that I think put themselves in position as blue ribbon hogs that need to be discussed. Fifth in this particular class is going to be the young man with the blue rump barrel right here in front of me. This hog does not have the design of the other pigs in class. I'm not going to try to tell you that. But as we work through this class, from here down, we're going to have some soundness issues. We just do. And so we're going to have to sacrifice in some spots. And for me, this hog needs to be better in terms of the way this barrel moves, in particular from behind. But in a situation where that's going to be a common concern, this pig has more pounds, more weight, and more product than the others. So I tip my hat to that hog in that particular thing. And so that's why that hog's going to land in 5th. In 6th, gentleman with 51 right here on the rail. Again, another similar situation. Hog with loads of power. Arguably, if the highest credibility hog in class, you really study this hog in terms of top shape, we can do the board. That hog's got a lot of top shape. That hog's got a lot of muscle turn. That hog's just not sound enough in its hip and its hind leg for me. So again, another blue ribbon pig who's going to land 6th in this particular class. Again, for those of you, I've already talked about you, we let your page rest scoop down and turn. I'm with you. As we continue to work our way through, as we get down, and now we have to weigh some things. As we get into 7 and 8, it becomes a little bit of a thought for me, but I lean to the great pig. This pig here is one who, compared to the bottom end of this class, is sounder than a number of hogs, maybe in this bottom 5 or 6. This hog just needs a bit more with the skeleton for me to get her up and to appreciate the leanness and the soundness that we're going to discuss in this particular spot. Young man, I can't read your number. Number 4. Here's a situation, another spot where structure is a little bit awkward. You study this barrel when he walks away. He doesn't have enough flex to his hop, but he's a big top, big hog in class, has some pounds and some weight, so we're going to give him some recognition in that next spot for him. And then we've got pig number 39. It's going to work into that next spot right there. Again, this pig needs more width and more muscle, but again, has some stretch, has some skeleton. We appreciate that. And if my math serves, am I out one? Yep, that's what I thought my match would be. Number 18 is going to round out the drive, and this is an awkward spot because the young man's got a hog here who probably in terms of presentation, in terms of skin and hair, has done a really nice job at home. Again, one of the 2 or 3 heaviest muscled hogs in class. The structure of this hog's kind of gave out. When you get in behind this particular pig, those hind wheels, those hocks in particular, she's really, really struggling to keep those hocks in place. They really want to get way outside of her body wall, and it's making it pretty uncomfortable as she gets the motor away from you. So again, a hog that if you fix that back leg and go up in them first spots, today gets a little bit of a tough draw. A fun class, an intriguing class from the top end. Would you give these folks a nice hand for us, please?
Class 4, you can start making your way down to the arena, please. Class 4 to the arena. Class 5, we're going to start beating down at the end gate. That's going to be Christian Everett, Max Carter, Duncan Richardson, Cassidy Bagnell, Lila Niaki, Lily Mays, Joseph Alexander, Riley Morton, Ryder Stab, and Mara Yobel. Please make your way down to the end of the ice rink.
Please go around as far as you can.
As a reminder, we will be announcing the showmanship kids that will be coming back after the breeders class. Parents, as a reminder, once the child is done showing, we need you to exit the ring. Parents outside, you should only be out there for kiddos in the next class. Please maintain social distancing. Class 4 is in the ring. Class 5 should be meeting outside. They are Christian Everett, Max Carter, Duncan Richardson, Cassidy Bagnell, Lila Miyake, Lily May, Joseph Alexander, Riley Morton, Ryder Stab, and Mara Yobel. Make your way down to the end. All right, you guys can enter the living room with your pens. You guys will enter and exit on the north end by the llama guard. Couple of reminders. Once the breeding has concluded, the callbacks for showmanship will be announced. Within your market judging, if you guys are number one in the class, you will be the one coming back. Class 6, you can start making your way down to the north end. Class 6 to the north end.
This is a thought-provoking class for a couple of reasons. Predominantly because, at least from my thought process, is there's about a half a dozen hogs in here who are pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Some of them are similar to other pigs in class. Are similar to anything else in class. But it doesn't change the fact that, independent of trying to follow some made-up mythical pattern, we hear a lot, you'll hear somebody go, Judge didn't follow the same kind you used in the last class. Let me tell you who typically says that. Folks who've never held the microphone. Because most of the time, classes don't present you the same thing over and over. So I'm going to talk about 6 of them this go, because I think it's quite warranted. We'll see if we can't place those 6, and mostly I'm just buying myself time. Pigs that are kind of easy enough maybe for you to see. Let's just pick some that are by themselves. Then we had 66 right off at the end from me, as a bit of a short-faced black-nosed bear. There's a pig that, from my way of thinking, does some things better than any pig in class. Love the big old stout rugged bone under this hog. Like a show bear ought to have. That's what a pig ought to have. Big old stout rugged bone under a hog like that. Pig is still sound and square built. When you study this hog, that hog's skeleton really not only is sound and functional, but brings some of the intangibles that you want to see. Does bone work matter in the grand scheme of life? No, it doesn't. But in the same way, there's a reason tomorrow the cattle folks will want to make theirs a little pretty and all these kind of things. You're at a show. And so if you can get the intangibles, that's great. And the bone work and the way it balances with the skeleton is really nice. This hog is really rugged featured. He's about the right size. So I really appreciate that in terms of skeleton size. It's not the right weight, but he's tolerable in terms of weight. He's about the right maturity pattern. The struggle for this hog is he really needs another 15 pounds of just oomph. He really needs more muscle, more mass to it. This hog is built to carry him. He's just not quite done yet. And so that's the question on that one. Loads of good in it. Loads of good in it. And not a major hole, other than he probably ought to be walking in here about 65, and all of a sudden he looked like the big old stomping bear that he was built to be. Some others to talk about. Let's talk about the second one of that top 6. Young ladies off belted kilt right here in front of me. Easily the best feed job so far in the show. So kudos to you. That's how you feed a pig. Okay? That hog is toned up and dialed up without being too extreme. That hog is fresh. That hog has enough cover on it to still look fresh and to look productive, to go with its middle. Really like the muscle shape in that hog without being too extreme. Feed job is the tip of that. Somebody enjoys doing that part of it a lot. The struggle for this one is a little bit the counterbalance for the barrel we just talked about. This field doesn't have quite the running gears underneath her that the barrel does. She's a little bit frail-legged. She wants to taper in a little bit up front. She's not quite as level in terms of her lines, but compositionally she's more impressive. So there's some give and take in that particular spot. Another pig in the top 6. Young man here, 104, or another one of the blue pigs. This needs to be more stretched out, needs to be longer spine, but is stout and wide, and has about the right amount of cover on it for a market hog, albeit a lightweight market hog. It gives up some of the length and pizzazz of maybe some of the other pigs in the top 6 because of that shortness and those kind of things, but it certainly does bring a lot of good and a lot of fun to the table. Talk about the bear out here to my left. Let me just be real straight. We gotta maybe drive this pig a little bit more aggressively. That's probably the closest to a Midwestern show bear that you'll see in this class. That pig has loads and loads of potential. Unfortunately, this is a market off show, so we don't talk about potential. Those days are done. So ideally, what would we have done or do different? Maybe that pig needs to be have a bit more protein in its diet, be a bit more shapely here at the end. The hog's maybe just a little bit too soft for me to go with the slightly plain muscle pattern, but on just raw design and inherent quality, that's a really, really good one, and it needs to be in that conversation here on the top end of the class. So we don't want to omit that animal from the conversation. And so, again, as you continue to plow ahead and look through these, you can do some different things. And I think as you study them, we can continue to get down into a couple other spots, but maybe rather than confuse you or confuse myself, we'll just kind of stop with those and decide, how are we going to land here? How are we going to piece this thing together? Because really none of those four that I ultimately chose to describe line up very well together. They're really different. And so you could just say, hey, Chip, you said 148 is the quality one. Yeah, in my opinion, probably so. The problem is that hog's not ready. So that hurts his chances immensely. You can look at the young man's pig right here. The question is that pig a little too jammed up? Maybe, but that hog is, again, the right fat cover, the sound enough. You can look at the young man's big, pretty blue pig over here that just isn't quite done yet that we talked about at the beginning, and I wouldn't argue with you, but ultimately your job is to have them ready for this day. And even though maybe skeletally of the top four, she's the one that impresses me the least, she's still tolerable, and the one who's most ready today is the young lady's off Belvedere right here. She'll be our class winner in this particular drive. Congratulations to number 125. From there, then, I'm going to dip down to some of my own proclivities, and even though this pig's maybe not quite as dialed up, we're going to go with the quality I see in pig 148. That'll be second in this particular run. There's my friend, I'm missing him. Must have took his coat off, did he? Oh, there he. Did you have a coat on? Oh, there you are. You two remind me of one another because you got the same pig. This pig right here is going to be 3 for me in this particular drive. This pig right here is going to be 4. So that's how we round out what I think is a pretty tough top end of this particular class. Folks that I just spoke about, you're welcome to kind of push your pigs towards the gate and just let them rest. It won't bother me a little. So from there, we still got to figure out 8 pigs. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to do it, but we're going to see if we can. To me now, the interesting piece is we still got a number of hogs that you can make arguments about that are factors. Pig 164 is one to me that really logically falls into 5. This pig is reminiscent of a couple hogs in the top 4. Maybe just didn't have quite the wow factor in terms of muscle tone or presentation, but it was a big, growthy market hog in this class that goes an awful long ways to carry that with some soundness, and late 164 is going to be 5 in this particular class. Coming over into 6. I'm going to get over here so I can read a number. You can go let her rest. Young lady, what's your number? 123. 123 is going to be right in there, and I think we're at the 6th spot. I told you at the beginning I was going to talk about 6 of them, and I changed my mind on the fly. But that pig is the one that would round out that 6. Again, in terms of just volume and pounds of product, this pig might be on par with anything in class. From a cosmetic standpoint, to the extent it matters, this all gets just a little bit chuck-fronted, a little bit heavy-fronted, and it became those little things that started to drive this one down in class. But again, a worthy one to round out that top 6 for me in this particular drive. Again, that still leaves us 6 to sort. I think the next 4, scratch that. I think the next 3 are similar and distinctly different from the hog we'll talk about right after them. And those 3 belong to, start right here, young lady, I'm not sure, 98 it is. This hog needs to be better hit, it just does. But hog's still lower, still sound enough, and the hog has a bit more skeletal integrity and a bit more credibility than a couple hogs that we'll talk about as we work a little farther down in the class. And that's what allows that one to sneak in there. Coming in next, we have number 96. I think we're somewhere around 88, I I lost track a little bit. Again, this one's a little better in terms of hip structure, probably a little greater in terms of top shape and muscle than the hog I just saw. I told you they were pretty similar. You can go either way. You can go fight for me. You won't have any arguments from this cat. Young lady here with 137 is going to be the next one. And again, compared to the two hogs directly in front, is a bit more cosmetically appealing, a bit more show era-ish in terms of his look. He gets too flat in terms of the center of his stifle, a bit too flat in the base of his hand for me personally, so that's neat seen there. Now I told you we're going to shift gears with the hog, and this is the gear shifter. A hillbilly friend of mine from Tennessee might say something like, this bear has a little too much sugar for a dog. There's a lot of good pieces there, maybe just a little too much of one of those, and that's just skeletal width. That width has just got that pig just a little bit too awkward in terms of movement. And I wager if we peel the hide off of this one right now, you leave the hide on, it's big, so you leave the hide on if you want. That pig's going to rack it well. Could be pushing an inch, if not more. If we're hogging this weight, that's a pretty aggressive fat cover. So the biggest issue on this one is if we lean this one up, it certainly goes up in the next 4 or 5. We tone the muscle back a hair and lean it up. It's got us a lift this particular drive. And again, I said that looking for 2 more. That's what I thought. Oh gosh, I got dumb lucky in this one. 11 is going to be here at 30. Again, to me, I think compared to some of the hogs higher, just doesn't have the same sort of muscle mass, same sort of volume of product, and ultimately that's our job. But compared to the hog behind it, is a bit leveler, is a bit sounder, and the pig who's going to round out the drive is the speckled back pig. And you look at the down here field, again, she might be a little, well, she's not mine. She's leaner than at least 2 or 3 other hogs in class, but probably does at a deficiency in muscle, in pounds, and weight in the drive, and so rounds out a really nice class. Would you do me a favor and give all the exhibitors in this drive a nice hand for it?
Class 6, waiting at the end, we should have Reagan Colbert, Natalie A. Miller, Madison Michael, Mason Smith, Camden Henderson, Juna Ashby, Mackenzie Del Silva, Coulter Stab, Millie Prince, and Matthew Marina. Waiting at the end, please.
Okay, you're entering only if your child is in this show class. Please go all the way around to the signs to the empty spot and family stack, okay? Keep your social distance.
Hopefully.
Yes, you would have to, yes.
Class 6, to your parents.
How are you doing?
Class 7, you can start heading down to the north end of the scoreboard, please. Class 7.
Well, we've had a class or two where maybe things were more subtle and you had to kind of massage things, this or that, to get them where you want. But I think in this particular class, there are some things that are reasonably obvious. There are a couple pigs who tell you pretty quickly, we're here to play. There's one that's also kind of in that mix, who probably doesn't tell you that quite as quickly. So I'm going to describe two hogs aggressively and maybe one slightly less so. The pig is slightly less so. One of those three, and is going to be in third, is the young man's Berkshire Mark Gill. You can drive this pig with the head up, young man. She gives it a go with this class. And that's saying something, given who and what she is. That is a smoking good Gill right there. We don't get the full, at least the crowd maybe doesn't get the full benefit of seeing how attractive fronted she is, and she is. But because she keeps her head down consistently, that hog is fresh, she's big ribbed without being wasty, she's surprisingly big top, she's thick-ended for her part. Her genetic background, that's an impressive pig, and for her to stand third in here is no slouch at all, because these top two are pretty difficult to contend with, and those would be the two pigs right in front of me right now, 101 and 121. Those two pigs immediately propel themselves up in this class. There are very similar pieces, there are stark differences. No question, first thing you notice, they're both well presented, well driven, dialed up in terms of skin, hair, and freshness, and knowing how to do their job. And at the end of the day, every once in a while you'll get somebody, well, yeah, but no, do your job. And these two people have done their job. They came in here and they brought two pigs. They have them ready. Now, they're similar in terms of maturity pattern. I'd argue maybe the black pig's a slightly smaller maturity pattern, but doesn't really matter. They weigh essentially the same. To me, the differences are just in their basic philosophy of life. The black hog, that Farrah is stout, and he is rugged, and he is always going to be a bit outlandish, and he's going to stand out there and he's going to punch you in the face and go, look at me. Now, that's awesome. With that, on occasion, forces somebody to study hard, and so that's my job, and I love sorting hogs. Maybe even more than what I'm going to get to do tomorrow. Wow, that's actually a little bit more. This one's exciting stuff. He wants to squash inward on his front foot, and this is not quite as even as he plants his hind feet from behind as the other pig we talked about in a second. Just a little bit flatter in terms of his forearm, in particular down in his heart. But he's more rugged featured. I don't think this hog is heavier muscle, but maybe a bit more shapely in terms of muscle. The blue gill, I'd say, is a little thicker ended, just certainly a little more shapely in terms of her stifle. That's both a give and a take. The positive is she's a bit more impressive from a muscle mass standpoint when you view her from behind. The trade-off, what does muscle do to a skeleton? It distorts the skeleton. There's a reason Holstein cows are always leveler and squarer line than Charolais cows. Okay? Muscle distorts the skeleton. And so the muscle in that hip that you really like has probably made that gilt just a little bit rounder in terms of her structure from behind. She's not quite as big and maybe coarse-boned as the black hog. She's big-boned enough for me, but in particular, she's much cleaner jointed. I think her joints are much cleaner and they're much more refined, and I think that's an appealing trait. That hog is long spined, she's more productive in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't have quite the outlandish pieces. So, with that said, either one of those hogs is worthy of winning, okay? And to anybody who walks away going, he got that wrong, I'll go ahead and concede to you. It should have went the other way. I am who I am. Blue hog's going to win this particular class. The black hog's going to stand second. Two really, really good hogs and a good Berkshire Mark gilt to live in the third spot. Kudos to all three of them. As we go into 4 and 5, that too is another tough spot. And it becomes between two black hogs, one right here and one on the other side. This hog to me ultimately is just a bit more show ring ready. This hog has more muscle, and in particular, more muscle tone, more muscle shape. As a result, 114 is going to land in the 4th spot in the class, but we certainly appreciate the following in that one. Young lady here in 165 as a hog who's probably just a bit more elevated, just doesn't have quite the muscle mass for me, is going to land in 6. Or excuse me, I think that's 5, right? In 5 in this particular class. So again, another really nice group blue ribbon hogs, maybe even right in that spot. So, now, if we look to the bottom 5, you still have a lot of things to do. You can do different things. For me, a hog that's past its prime, he probably should have shown. Should have maybe been leaner, but based on his current fat composition, probably should have shown 10 pounds ago. But just in terms of basic quality, that man with 129. That pig needs to be leaner and more shapely muscle, but I like some pieces about that hog. He's going to sneak into 6. Coming into 7, young man in 138 has a barrow that I think plays nicely here with number 11. I just see a more productive build, a bigger center, a deeper flank, and just a bit more of a replicatable model as you put her on feed. 138 is going to get the nod in that spot. Coming in next is going to be number 11, and we appreciate a lot of things in this hog in terms of length of spine. Again, probably the only hog in class who rivals in terms of the amount of bone to the hog who stands second in class. Just need to drop the flank and make that hog just a nickel's worth more practical for me to be able to work that one higher in class. And then if I'm not mistaken, does that leave me 2 spots? That's what I thought. The speckled loin hog here is going to land in 9, I guess it is. This thing to me is just fresher in terms of muscle than the red hog behind it. Then the red gilt, who is one of the leaner pigs in class, and I appreciate it. She's just a little bit too stale to me. I'd like to see a bit more muscle and a little bit more fat on that particular pig. Do us a favor, give those exhibitors a great hand for us, please.
Takes the 1 on that class, and we will get started. Bring the people in as soon as you guys move out. All right, class 6, start making your way down to the show ring. Class 7, you should be at the end. We should have Madison Della Silva, Gage Moore, TJ Esslinger, Edwin Forrest,
6.
Gretchen Ludeman, Cole Houlihan, Dylan Lovejoy, Caitlin Callahan, Jenica Randall, Kate Bagley, and Claire Bagnell. Please be at the end.
Go all the way around, you guys. There's lots of space on the other side.
Parents who are watching your kids, please remember to social distance from each other.
That end of the building. Class 7, you can go ahead and head your pens. Class 7 to the pens.
Class 8, you can start coming down to the end of the arena, please. Class 8, to the end of the arena.
This class is not for the faint of heart. There are a lot of hogs who bring a lot of good in this particular class. A number of pigs who've been fed well, been dialed up, and worked with at the house. And so as a result, because I know essentially the entire crowd is parents, everybody or family, everybody has a rooting interest. And so as I work through the top end, inevitably, you're going to say, well, shit, you're wrong. You're probably right. I probably am. But the one thing I'm not wrong about, again, is this top end is some pretty good stuff. So, let's work through a few of these that I think become relevant factors. Let's let him just chill for a minute, because like most males, our wives will tell us we're obnoxious. And so he's strong and educated that way. So let's go ahead and talk about him. He's one of the pigs that's a factor in this class. He's not as polished and shiny today. The day probably made that a little hard to do. And he's not the heaviest muscle top hog in this particular drive by any measure. But that hog is sound, the hog is fresh, the hog is practical. That's the kind of hog that can be, again, maybe as it's sitting in 12 o'clock today, but in 2 weeks you can turn that hog into a hog. That hog has a lot of inherent quality. Needs more muscle and probably needs to polish up a little bit more given the circumstances. Another pig who works up into the conversation, a big old stout power hog right here. This is the pig, if you're like, I want product, I want high cutability product, and I want it now. This is a pig that might sneak away from you in class. He's not always cranking around with his head up and things like that, so he may not show off. But if you're looking for raw carcass composition, this is the pig. This pig has got the right kind of fat cover, it's got loads of power, and handles it acceptably well from a skeleton standpoint. Skin and hair are a little bit rough. Those are much lower on the pecking order, but we are in a show, so it is important to at least acknowledge those kind of things. The picking class that I think is most like that one, but maybe with a bit more stretch, is the young lady's belted bear here in front of me. This bear, really square hip, doesn't bring anywhere the kind of top shape that the blue hog had, but it's really square hip, it's pretty stout structured. This hog's a bit leveler and more attractive up front, but sacrifices a little bit of muscle to get there. So there's a give and take as we talk about those two, and it's logical because there's some challenges. We look at both of the black gilts right there, a lot of commonality in those two. They're fed similar, they look similar. Both of them probably get just a little fatter than one of them gets a little fatter than some of the other hogs. Maybe don't have quite the same sort of stretch. And then that leaves us with the young man here, 119, has a gilt that has what can become the problem for a lot of folks if you're showing gilt, especially in today's with today's really good feed products. A lot of these really good show rations we have a lot of fat in them, and there's a lot of reasons for that. It's a great tool. But if you're not careful, especially for a gilt, as she starts to elevate herself in the weight, she can start to get too much of that maternal vibe going. So this gilt, where do they fix her? She's on the edge of getting a little soft pastured up front. You might watch that. But the biggest issue is I trim her belly up just a little bit more. But let's be clear. When we step back and we think about what makes quality in a hog in terms of balancing look and skeletal correctness, enough muscle. Rarely, and you've already seen today, rarely is the heaviest muscled animal in the class going to win that class for me, because usually they distort their skeleton a bit too much. Who's the quality hog? When it gets this difficult or this tight, and the quality hog is the young man's gilt right in front of me. She will win this particular class, despite those couple things I might change just a little bit. From there, now you can get with it. In any of the next 4 or 5, you can jump up any which way you want, and you're not going to get a fight from me. To me, the hog who seems to be a bit of a compromise, maybe not the most of any one thing, but the compromise is going to be the young lady right in front of me, number 59. I think will be second in this particular drive. Coming in third, the big walking around, kind of the black marked up hog, the off-belted hog, strolling away from me again that we started our conversation with. Coming out fourth, going to be here, young lady, 134, going to be 4 in this particular drive. And 5, goes to the young lady with the blue hog we talked about a minute ago, 144. Coming out next is the young lady here in 49. With as presented, as highly presented hog as we've had in the show. Skin and hair is impeccable and beautiful. This hog, if we can peel it back about 2 tenths of fat, probably goes up 2 or 3 spots. Getting just a little bit too soft for this particular judge. Now, things get to be a little dicey, and you've got to do some things. For me, as I read it, it starts to come down to the fact that I think logically then the gentleman with 136 is the bear that most follows the type of what you've seen as put together higher in the particular class. And then we come out, follow that one with young lady right here, what's your number? Thank you, 108. Again, a hog who needs more shape compared to some of the pigs we'll talk about in a second. I think puts together a little bit more of a balance. And how many do we have left to find? That's what I hope you can tell me. Number 9? All right, okay. Number 9 is going to go next. I think similar to the pig directly in front of it, probably not quite the muscle shape of that pig, so that's why it falls that way, but similar in terms of skeletal length. And compared to the red hog who's going to round out the class, I see it's just a little bit scattered featured all the way through. Again, red hog is lean, and we appreciate that. I'd probably like to just see a little bit more composition, muscle mass on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, a fun class. Give those people a hand for us, please.
All right, Class 7, make your way down to the show ring, please. Class 7 to the show ring. Class 8, you should be gathered down at the end. You are Jaden Good, Lane Miyake, Alyssa Valentine Hedrick, Jesse Gold, Braden Crush, David Hettick, Grace Bisserfelt, Ben Holson, Faith Burrow, Bree Colts, and Sean Billingsley. Please be at the end.
Announcer's booth, do you copy? What? I do copy. Can you ask families to also stack behind their signs, and there's most room down there? Yeah, what's definitely on my agenda, the group.
Okay. Sorry, Emily, I can't hear you.
You can send them in.
Okay. Okay, next group.
Families, as you come in, you need to come all the way down. Do not spread out along the rail. You guys are going to have to stack out from it. You need to maintain social distancing or you won't be allowed in. Please maintain social distancing. Fill in down and stack out away from the rail. Thank you.
I have my place to it.
You on the rail. You guys need to step back from the rail, not hang over it, and please stack and maintain that distance between separate family pods. Thank you.
Power, get to the next class and come in.
Class 8, start heading to your head, please. Class 8, to your head.
Well, are the yes, there you go. Okay. Yeah, right?
Sorry, Brandy. That's me. My bad.
As a reminder, everybody needs to have a face mask on if they are outside of the family pod. Maintain social distancing. If your child is not showing or is not in the next class, we need you guys back in your family pod areas. Thank you. Class 9, you guys can start heading down to the end gate. Class 9.
This class will certainly bring some debate, I would wager, and so I guess maybe one of my saving graces is it's going to be a little harder for you this year to all get together and commiserate and argue about how crazy I am, and that's okay. But I'm guessing you can still text each other, so it'll work out. So there are some things about this class that are crazy exciting. One is the quality of the depth. Most blue ribbons, I think, I've given right? In a class. So that says what I think about the drive in general. Some common phenomenons. We have a handful of hogs who, as we're still nowhere by any means heavyweight hogs, but we're certainly kind of hitting that mid to upper weight range. And so it does surprise me in some cases. We're starting to pack a little grease here and there. And some of us, some of the hogs are struggling to handle that very well. Some are doing what all of us want to do. They're aging gracefully, and so even though they're getting fatter, they still handle it well. And then there's some hogs maybe compositionally, muscle to fat ratio appeal to you a little bit more, and maybe there's some design issues you've got to balance. And so for me, it's a lot of balls in the air, to be real frank, on this class. I'm going to highlight 3 animals. Blue hog over here. She needs to have a little more, maybe her church clothes could be a little more shined up. But In terms of composition, that's the most impressive hog in class in terms of being a big old top, thick-ended gill. And she's one you might miss. She wants to kind of hang out. She wants to keep her head down. Part of the reason she wants to keep her head down is her front leg structure is just a smidgen wonky. But in terms of composition in a class of this kind of depth, to stand out that starkly as being the best carcass hog, that's no small feat. Again, her front end, she wants to get a little too narrow in at her knees. She struggles and chugs a little bit out of that front end. And so we can work on that. But at the end of the day, she's at market weight. That's a reasonably minor concern for me. It's not like I'm saying she's unsound or anything. Just compared to some of these hogs, she might struggle just a little bit more. Young lady's got a white bear all the way down from me. This pig, again, another one of those compromise conversations. I'd like to see this pig maybe just a little more shapely right out of the backside of his shoulder blade. I'd like to see a little bit more definition up high. But here's a hog in this class who's put together enough pounds, enough credibility, and those two things, frankly, if we hang them up, are essentially all that really matters. And as a bonus, has some length to front end, has some soundness of feet and legs. That's a hog who's pretty complete. Not wowing, maybe in the class, but doesn't have a major hole. And sometimes I think some of us forget, so let's say, I'm guessing maybe a few people in here, maybe you raise cattle and you play show pigs. And a lot of times when we're thinking about what cattle we're going to put back out in the pasture, they're not always the wowy ones, sometimes they're just really complete. And I think that's where that barrel kind of positions himself just a little bit. And then a pig in the third, I said I'd talk about 3. The third would be the young man number 10, kind of going there in the middle. It's got a barrel that, young man, I'm going to give a compliment, I don't give it very often. From a design standpoint, is maybe the best barrel I've seen all summer. Now, with that said, that hog needs to have more muscle on him and he needs to be a little bit leaner, and he can. So I give it, then I take away. Because part of me's like, that pig is so close to being a runner rate gangbuster. And yet he's not. And so that comes into the decision process just a little bit. But his design, his soundness of feet and legs, his length of front end, his moderate stature, his rib cage. Imagine that guy 2/10 leaner with another ½ inch of loin, and he is a straight up sexy rock star. So that's my trio. And so I got to do some give and take. And you might do different things, and that's okay. I think all 3 of those are worthy. All 3 of those make a very strong argument, and probably actually even a couple more, to be real honest for you. To me, I'm going to settle in on, as I said maybe in a previous class, know who I am and what trips my trigger. Young man number 10 will be our class winner in this particular drive. Young lady with the white pig all the way from me will be second in this particular class, and the blue pig down in the far end will be number 3. Now, coming from there, those weren't easy to place, but let's be honest, they're reasonably easy to evaluate. Different intelligent folks can decide how to place them, but you're like, okay, I can see the stark differences in those 3. Now we get into a mess of hogs, a whole bunch of blue ribbon hogs, that the differences are pretty subtle. And you got to figure out, well, what can I live with and what can I not? And so, to me, I actually find this much more difficult. And I'm going to settle in on the 4th hole. Young lady's 48, number gilt, 48 number. This gilt to me is so close to cracking that top 3. If that hog's a little leaner and a little trimmer, if she can drive with her head up just a little bit more, she might get it done. Because that hog is plenty staggering. Is she the heaviest muscle hog? No. Will she ever be? No. Is she heavy enough every single day for me? Every day of the week. Her problem's not muscle. But her problem is a little bit muscle tone. And if we train her up a little bit, I think we might solve some of that. Plus, she could be a little bit stronger in the top line compared to some of her peers in this particular class. as we hopscotch around this deal, we're going to jump around in type a little bit, and I apologize if you think that means I'm inconsistent. That's okay, I can live with it. Next, we're going to go to these two pigs right here, and you've got to decide. There's a little bit of maybe stretch difference in one, and a little bit of boldness difference in the other. Young man here with 55 is going to get the nod with the slightly bolder, stouter hog. Gentleman 90 is going to fall right behind. Again, that pig is up-headed, attractive. Problem with that pig is that pig is so big, it probably needs another 25, 30 pounds to really reach its natural point. And if we can see that pig on that day, oh, I bet he'd be fun to study. We're probably just not going to get to do that. So, as we keep cranking, make sure I keep my ducks in a row. Again, this doesn't get a lot easier because I think if you study across the way here, you can see we got a few hogs that kind of line up together. And I think coming right up left, make sure my mask is, me and you are together. So I got 4 spots. So I want to make sure we're on the same spot. I don't want to do anything silly. It's enough trouble to keep all these straight without adding to the aggravation. Oh, by the way, those of you that I've already pointed out your hog, don't let them rest. Just grab them up in the gate, let them rest. There's no point in continuing to push them. Let's be as kind to the animals as we can be on this particular front. So you go ahead and take that one up there. Let that pig just rest. And so as we keep on cranking, and again, we got a couple hogs here out of the equation at this particular point, you can still see here, we've got options. We can do different things. To me, there's a bit of a nod and a bit of a subtle similarity to the 84 pig to a couple that we just saw. And this hog is maybe a little bit even fresher than 1 or 2 of those higher in class. That hog just needs to be more impressive in terms of muscle, but I like that one to sneak in that next spot. Following that pig with number 13. That pig, predominantly because that pig is leaner than some we're going to talk about in a second, distinctly leaner. I'd like to fix the top line in that pig, and once you get up too much in its 10th rib, it's causing that hog to come across as pretty hard-centered and pretty dried out in terms of center body shape, but leanness and cutability really have to play together. As we continue to crank, again, as we look here, we have another issue snuck out on me somewhere. They're coming back. Here's a hog that I think logically sneaks in the next spot, 124. The problem for 124, if we can peel about 10 pounds of fat off that hog, it goes much higher in the class for a couple reasons. One, not only will that hog just be leaner, but I think it'll be easier on the hog. It's starting to get down in its pasterns. As this pig gets heavier, it's kind of falling down into that front pastern, and we want to get that back up. So we bring this pig back 10, 15 pounds. I think we'll be a little bit more pleased with where we stand. I've lost a couple of my hogs here in the mix. All right, and so we got a couple of folks who snuck up here on me, so I gotta find them. Okay. Oh, okay. So the 72 pig here is gonna land in the next spot. Here's the thing, grab that pig up for me. Push that pig first, so they can see. I want you to show off here a little bit. This is your chance. There are ladies watching. Not as many as normal, but there are ladies watching. Here's a pig that I think has probably been fed a little bit better than a handful of other hogs in terms of having some freshness and having some fat tone to it without being excessive. The problem is underneath that hog gets to be pretty narrow base, gets pretty flat in the base of its ham. So you can make a really sound argument to me that that hog needs to go higher up, and you get no problem for me if you want to do that. I really like how the young man's fed. I just don't think there's enough inherent muscle. And then as we round out the class, here's a hog, and we've had this situation a time or two before in the deal. This hog is clearly one of the 2 power hogs in class. To me, this hog really just struggles in terms of interacting the muscle with the soundness. This pig doesn't want to motor, right here, 92, doesn't want to motor and move quite as comfortably as a couple other hogs, in particular off that rear wheel. And so, again, loads and loads of muscle. Maybe we tone the muscle back, the skeletons will work a little bit better, and that pig will sleep higher in the drive. Ladies and gentlemen, big class, good class. These kids will work their tails off. Give them a nice hand.
8, you can head down to the show ring, please. Class 8.
Please go all the way around to the furthest.
Waiting at the end, we should have Class 9, Chloe Houlihan, Neela Stratford, Shayla Moore, Eli Huckbaby, Claire Batt, Tyler Conover, Nick Carter, Tristan Wolski, Annie Harris, and Lainey Jensen. Please be waiting at the end. Sean Billingsley, please come to the announcer stand. Sean Billingsley to the announcer stand. The breeding classes will be posted. We will take a very short 30-minute break at the conclusion of market prior to breeding beginning. Again, only the top placers in each class will come back, with the exception of feeder. Feeder will not come back. So if you took first in your class, you'll be called back for overall random reserve. We will announce the callbacks for showmanship after the conclusion of breeding. I need you off of the rails. This is a commonly touched surface. Please hands off of the rails. Class 9, you're good to come to your pens, please. Class 9, to your pens. Class 10, please be meeting at the end of the gate, please. Class 10 to the end gate.
So, we've had a lot of classes where, at least for me, the decision on the top was reasonably subtle. You had to kind of do some of those mental gymnastics to determine, to give and take which animal compromised to get into that spot. We've really not had a class where, from this judge's opinion, that a pig came in and just said, boom, class is mine. I think we've had that. And I think in this class, the decision isn't between the class winner. I think the decision really lies between 2, 3, and 4, maybe even 5. I think that's where the decision lies. Young lady 63 barrel wins this class. Wins it pretty handily, actually. Now I'll pick on the pig first. We can stack that hog up just a little bit. And I think that hog can clearly handle it, and would certainly be a safer spot if my daughter was driving, if that hog was just a little bit scattered. As it is, comes across just a smidgen plainer competitionally than a couple, but in terms of design, in terms of look, in terms of scale, in terms of reach, that's a big time kind of pig right there, and we really appreciate him coming into this particular drive. Again, the discussion lands 2, 3, and 4, and that discussion kind of, again, comes down for me to these 2 hogs right here, and no particular order, since they're standing there, I'll talk about them. The black loin hog, the spotted up pig, or the target mark hog, as some might call that one, or the grown up, if you like. That pig, to me, that barrel on the fence, just big, fresh, full, kind of looks like a big market hog should. And I appreciate a great deal about that. You get on top of that barrel and it spans even wider than what you think. It's got some power, it's got some product. Is he as refined as some others? No, he doesn't have some of the, he's a lineman, okay? He's not bringing some of the refinement that some of the other pigs we talked about on the top end. And probably the biggest issue for me in the top, in this 2, 3, and 4 spot, he's a nickel's worth of heavy condition for me. He starts to get a little too fat. I trim him up, but I like a lot about that pig. A pig who carries some similar tendencies is the blue hip pig here next to me. Now, this pig, let's separate them apart. This hog's quite a little bit leaner, he's quite a little bit more explosive in his muscle. He probably doesn't have quite the overall ruggedness and skeleton of the black-headed hog that we just talked about, but he does it with a bit more refinement and a bit more elegance. And so you can ponder those 2. As we go in, and we found out, I said it was 2 to 4, and the other one in that mix, I gotta work my way over here, is the gentleman's 113 hog, the black barrel over here on the end. This barrel to me is, I like to fix his jowl and his jawline. He gets just a little bit chugged up and loses a little bit of that cosmetic appeal. But skin, hair, and presentation is probably a little fresher than the 2 hogs we just talked about. He's not as explosive in muscle as either of those 2 pigs. But maybe from a design standpoint, the moderation is a little bit more like the ultimate class winner. So there's some decisions you can go either way, and you're not going to get me to pick on you one way or the other. For me, second in class is going to belong to the young man's blue hip hog. Third in class is going to be the black top or the black headed hog over here. And then fourth in class is going to be that black pig that we just spoke about a second ago. And so that to me is the way I see the top 4 in this class. Again, lots of blue ribbons in this drive, and that's because we got a lot of hogs who can hold themselves together, that can float, and can motor. One of the hogs to me that's a challenge is the pig right behind me. Because if that pig can handle its feet and its back just a little bit better, look at that pig over there, 61. Yeah, get this pig in. If that pig can handle its back foot just a little bit better, that's the pig that I think in some ways would be most like my ultimate classroom. But that pig, because it does bring more muscle, it has a similar maturity pattern, that pig just can't handle its feet and legs quite as well as the ultimate class winner. And so it sneaks in there when we have 5, I think, around the 5th hole. I think that's a safer spot for that pig. If we can fix those back wheels, we're in a better spot. For those who I've already talked about, let's go ahead and cut the pigs some slack. Drive them up there by the gate, let them rest, they're fine. We don't need to keep pushing them. And some of them still got a little bit of work yet here to do before the day's over. As we work our way down into the class, again, you've got some discussions here that you can have. For me, a pig this pig is a little more explosive in his loin edge, and as he ties into his hip joint junction, I think he's a top 3 kind of pig. As it is, the number 70 hog for me, I like his eye appeal from the side. I even like him right from behind. It's where I get up on him and I really read him from up high. He pinches just a little too much for me in that hip joint junction. I'd like to blow him up there, and I'd like to clean his hocks up just a little bit as well. You can go let that hog rest generally. You can go let that pig rest up. As we continue to work our way through these, the decision then for me comes down to the lady, the number 23. This pig is, what should we say? This is just the workhorse kind of hog. This is the kind of pig that makes the world go round, okay? In this class, probably doesn't have some of the wow factor of some of the hogs higher than that. But it's got to a good weight. It's done it while still being lean and high cutability. Unfortunately, in this drive, probably gets a little bit lower fronted, a little bit plainer just from a cosmetic standpoint up front. So that's a good, functional, utilitarian kind of blue ribbon pig, and I really respect that one quite a little bit. And it's a tough class that a pig like that motors down into this particular spot. How many spots do I got left? Talk to me. Okay, all right. And so coming in next, we're going to get the young man with the other black hog here. No, you're not that one. We already got you. You can go let that pig rest. Okay. And so we're going to come here next to number 69. This hog, soundness becomes a premium in a couple spots here in the bottom of the class. This hog is not nearly as explosive muscle as a couple we've seen, but again, soundness is an important deal. We can't live without it. We got a couple hogs who struggle with that, and so we need to get that and recognize it when we can, so we give that hog a safe home in that particular spot. That leaves me, coming next, it leaves us with a black hog over there, number 14, and the red hog, I believe, is who I've got left. And for me, the discussion comes down between the white hog and the black hog. The black hog certainly has some of the look of some of the pigs we saw higher in class. That hog certainly gets pretty plain muscle. The other pig is a little more explosive, just not quite as cosmetic. You can go either way. I just think there's actually a little more real muscle mass at number 14, and I'll follow 14 up with 86. Appreciate the look and the freshness. And then the number 47 pig is going to round out the drive. Again, a pig that just needs a bit more push to it, a bit more muscle tone and skeletal mass, but certainly leaner than a number of hogs here as we get into some of these heavier weights. Ladies and gentlemen, a fun class. Give these youngsters a nice hand for us, please.
Waiting at the end, we should have Finley Stratford, Wyatt Fatt, Sage Coder, Desiree Bursher-Miller, Hannah Wolski, Gavin Maddox, Brooke Tanner, and Gabrielle Moore. Please be waiting at the end gate.
Pictures today? Cool. You still want to go down there?
As a reminder, if you took first place in your class, you guys should now be coming towards the north end by the llama barn. That'd be Madison Gray, Joshua Miyake, Riley Reese Severs, Riley Morton, Matthew Marina, Kate Bagley, Jesse Gold. If you took second in your class, you guys should be prepared to be on that north end to potentially be called in. You may not necessarily go in the ring, but if you took second in your class, you should be aware that you may potentially go back in. That would be Tegan Carter, you were second in your class. Jason Smith, you were second in your class. Cannon Weller, you were second in your class. Lily Miggs, you were second in yours. Millie France, you're also in a second place in your class. Rounding that out would be Caitlin Callahan and Sean Billingsley. Again, if you guys are second in your class, you need to be prepared that you may end up going back in. Doesn't necessarily mean you will, but you need to be prepared for it. You're first in your class, you will need to be down at that north end for me. Thank you.
Class 10, you can come to your pens, please. Class 10, to your pens.
right? What's your
We get up here in the big kids, and what we typically would expect to find is we start to see these weights, or frankly some hogs who are maybe just a little bit past their prime, just a little bit. And it takes a fair amount of just genetic oomph and a good feeding regimen to be able to keep a pig at some of these weights and keep them where they need to be compositionally. It's easy just to feed a hog. That doesn't take much skill, because hogs know what to do. They eat, they get big, they get fat. But our job is to try to manage all those pieces for a given day. And it makes it much more complicated. For me, there's a situation here where I'm not sure we're going to all agree on the top end of this one. I think there are 4 hogs who vie for this top spot in this class. And there are some stark differences, and so we'll just kind of go through those 4 real quick. We'll see what you think. After that, you might starkly disagree with me, and that's okay. We're going to start, just because she's the first one I noticed, with the lady here, 117. Here's a hog, compositionally, is one of the 2 more impressive pigs in class. Big top, thick-ended, without being too extreme in terms of fat cover one way or the other. This hog brings a lot of length of spine, is fresh rib, is still maintaining some cutability and a good fat cover at this particular weight. So, positionally, and that's our primary focus in these market hog classes, that's a big plus for that hog. That hog tends to want to drive with his head down most of the time. He needs every ounce of head up he can get, because he needs a little help, because he wants to get a little round on both ends. And his back leg is a little bit wonky as he gets up here to some of these heavier weights. He wants to plant outside of himself just a little bit. Tolerable, but certainly could work on that some. Young man here has a shiny black gilt. He's fun to look at. Well presented. She too, very shapely, very, very powerful. Big top, big ended, all those things. And has probably more so than any pig in the class, has her dress clothes on. And I respect that. It's hard to do it on a day like this. And so she brings a lot of just carcass merit and eye appeal and visual excitement. That hog starts to get a little too steep hip for me, and a little too tight in her flank. And when you exaggerate, or when you put those 2 things together and give her emotion, she exaggerates that phenomenon just a little bit and throws her balance out of whack. But again, compositionally, one who's done some good things for herself, kept herself up in the mix, and you certainly appreciate that. The 140 Barra is another hog who's in this place, in this spot. Here's a hog that, when you get off of him a little bit, in particular when he stands still, does he have the kind of muscle the other 2 hogs have that we just talked about? No, he doesn't. But visually, he may be as attractive as any hog in the class. He's level, he's high at the base of his tail, he's uniform in terms of his lines, he's long and lean fronted, fun to look at. The problem is some of his front end appeal comes from the fact that he's just too straight bladed up front. When you watch this guy motor, he's just too straight in his shoulder blade. I mean, the top of his shoulder blade is cranked too far forward. That puts him too straight in terms of his knee. And as a result, when you set him in motion, he doesn't move with the kind of athleticism that you see in his peers. He's just too straight up front. Now, we don't want to get hypercritical. He's made nearly 300 pounds here, and he's made it to this weight. So you got to keep these things in perspective, but you certainly don't want to miss him either. So he sacrifices a little bit of muscle, a little bit of structural integrity up front, but does give you some eye appeal. And then a hog here, the 4th of this group that we're going to talk about is number 74. Here's a hog that, again, is hair-wise today is not as polished up as probably would be on a bit more of a traditional day. But when you study this pig, here's another one, super powerful. I would argue maybe one of the 2 more powerful hogs in class. Tremendously bold-bladed, low to top shape, big old thick-ended hog. Gets a little bit coarser made compared to a couple others. And again, has one hog who's a little more swollen, and I'd like to fix that a little bit. But he still moves pretty good with it. He doesn't give us too much grief about that. And so, again, another carcass pig. That is just straight up, I'm a real world carcass hog. Oh, by the way, I'm kind of lying spine, and when I get my head up, I can be a little bit pretty to move. So I'm not going to tell you, any judge who would see in here and tell you how that top four should go adamantly is on the edge of being foolish, because I don't think that's the case. I think you can make a really solid argument either way. And you pick yours, and I'll pick mine, and we'll go from there. To me, all in all, given there are a variety of concerns structurally and compositionally, let's big old heavyweight market off class. We're just going to find the things that I can tolerate the most, and man's Black Gilt's going to win this particular class. Congratulations. And you can let her rest up here if you like. She's done her job for you. Coming into two is going to belong to number 74, the blue pig, the blue barrel that we just talked about a moment ago. Again, just when you hang them up, I see a lot of good in that pig. I think a hog that you're going to admire for an awful long time. And again, you can drive him down there and let him rest if you like as well. And again, you could do, again, of the other two pigs that we spoke of, you could probably go either way. Ultimately, for me, 140 is going to sneak into that third spot, young lady right there for me. So I appreciate that all of those hogs can go take a rest. And then 117, then again, is going to sneak into that fourth spot. That's a nice group there on the top end, and I certainly appreciate those blue ribbon hogs. By the way, first class, I gave blue ribbons from top to bottom, so I think it tells you, even though I know some of them have gotten a little heavy condition, I at least know the young people are working and pushing and trying to manage their hogs. So I respect that, and I give them a little love for that, and so we appreciate it. Again, those four of you, just because you've got some hogs, you may have to come back, and these are heavyweight hogs. If I've talked about your hog, drive it down there and just keep it down out of the way so it can rest. So that leaves us with 6, am I right? I think we have 10 in this class. So 6 for us to sort. And even here, as we get to this point, you can do different things, but I think there's a logical pig that makes the transition from those top 4 as we transition to the rest of the class, and that's the 79 hog. I really like the way she presented this pig all class. She worked hard from a showmanship standpoint. She's got the pig ready to be in the ring. She's done her job. The hog is sound enough to motor for an awful long time. She's built that sort of athleticism and durability. This hog just gets a little too flat muscled compared to a couple pigs that we've already spoke about. But again, I think makes the nice transition in this particular class. As we continue down, then, again, it doesn't get any easier, and so you can do something different, and you'll get no fight from me. I like the young lady here on my left, number 32, big, growthy, and again, while there are a few hogs in this class who are pushing a little grease, that pig's leaner than a lot of them in an awful heavy weight, and I appreciate that. We'll follow 32 with 15. That hog's a little more compact, but probably a little more shapely right through the center portion of its head. So some give and take in that particular spot. And you can go either way, and you'll get no pushback from me. As we work through and round those out, number 36 is a pig that's intriguing. This is a pig, if you can actually put some really good, stout, serious muscle mass in this hog, I think this is a pig that would really get your attention a little bit more. This pig gets a little too narrow-skulled, a little too narrow-chested for me to pull it off, but I like the design in that pig quite a little bit. As we continue to work our way through this particular class, the big elevated barrel right here, a little bit similar to the pig we talked about in the third spot, is big and pretty. This hog, again, maybe to this point in class, is the plainest muscle. It gets a little bit straight-fronted like that hog that I talked about in the third spot, the 140 hog. So again, that's where that one's going to work for me. How many do I got left? Just the one. And that leaves us then with our number 77 then. Would you agree? 77 is going to round out this class. Again, to appreciate the body, the rib cage, the production in that hog. And that hog is clearly gained well to get to a substantial weight. And this class probably gives up a little bit of the freshness of muscle, freshness of hair. It gets a little too narrow-chested compared to some hogs high in the class. Ladies and gentlemen, great group of kids in this drive. Would you give these young people a nice hand for it? Well, once you bust the 300 mark, it starts to take a lot of things coming together for you to still be able to ring the bell and get the job done. And interestingly enough, I think there's a hog who comes in here and does it pretty good. Is there any hog in here that's a striking example of compositional correctness? No, probably not. Most of the hogs in here are getting a little greasy. Maybe one exception, that hog's not necessarily fat, but probably could use a little more muscle. So we've got some balance that we're going to have to work with here. But I think there's a hog who comes in here who's lean enough, who's one of the lighter weight hogs, somewhat closer to a normal weight. In fact, at different times over the last couple of years, depends on what plant you sell at, might not even actually get a discount in terms of weight. So to me, that pig comes in here with some freshness, and some look, and some style, and is a bit reminiscent of some of the hogs you've seen me tag to this point, and I think wins this deal pretty easily, and that's the 16 barrel across the weight from me, the solid black hog. Congratulations. And I think wins pretty handily. Now, from there, there's some conversation. And I think maybe at first blush there's kind of three hogs, but when you study them a little bit more, it kind of works itself out for me. Those three hogs that are in consideration are the two belted hogs, and then the big white hog behind them. And here's what really happens. The two belted hogs are just a little more comfortable weight-wise for me, and a little more comfortable fat-wise, and so they're going to sneak themselves up into second and third. Now, how do they go? Well, you got a little more cool factor, and you got a little more muscle here in 85. This pig's lower joints have given up on him. He's getting a little bit stiff in his back leg, his pasterns up front are just like I'm done. And so his weight is working on him, but he's made it to this point, and he's still sound enough, he's still mobile. His counterpart is better in terms of feet and legs, but he's starting to get a little softer, and doesn't have the same sort of wallop from a carcass standpoint, and he too's a little awkward from his knee down up front. So some give and take. We're going to put the 85 pig in second, and 139 is going to land in third. 160 is going to go a solid 4. I think for a pig to get up there in the mid-320s and still have that kind of muscle mass, and yes, that hog's too fat. There's no question about that. But that's a problem that's contagious in this class, so I don't think that others are immune to that. And so would I try to clean that hog up significantly? Yes. but I respected that hog is still motor and has some muscle composition. And again, we back that hog up a little bit and kind of look at it just in terms of quality. That big physical mold of the kind of caliber of hog we've been trying to find here throughout the show. From there, we're going to go with what I believe to be the leading hogging class, and that's the young man right there. I probably just from me down there. I think 99 it is. That hog's design probably doesn't scratch my itch as much as some, but in terms of he gets a little higher top, he's maybe just a little bit rounder off both ends. But at the end of the day, lean pork has value. It's a big hog with a lot of lean pork, and I hope you make a lot of jack in a couple of days. I hope you just can't hardly carry it all. And so I think he just logically starts to make the transition then for me as we work our way into the remainder of the class. Now, from there, again, you can still do some different things, and I can't pick a big fight with you, I guess. To me, I'm going to go ahead and settle in on the 166 hog. It's a big spine, big scale kind of pig. Starting to get a little awkward. At one foot, starting to give that big old hog some trouble up front. But that pig is remarkably lean for that weight and has some product, and we're going to give some love and some respect for that. Follow that with the 142 pig. This pig is certainly a bit more reminiscent of the size and scale that speaks to me. This pig to me gets just a little bit too scaled up front. You can see too much of that spine hopping between those shoulder blade. He's getting a little too wasty and flat in his rib cage. It just needs a little bit more muscle mass from behind. And then I think that leaves us then with the down-eared pig, a pig who is as deep-sided as anything in class. I appreciate that depth of heart, that depth of chest. To me, just probably needs a bit more muscle mass to contend higher in the group. Ladies and gentlemen, come group the kids all the way through in this heavyweight class. Give these exhibitors a nice hand.
You know, there is a sign all the way around on that one side. You might have to. Okay, sure. Step out.
As we find ourselves a champion, I recognize that as we go through the day, we've had a lot of classes and there are a lot of families and a lot of kids who've worked a lot of hours. trying to get these ready, and I can think of easily 6 or 7 other hogs that, depends upon who the judge is on a given day, might have worked their way in this spot. In fact, I can think in 1 or 2 classes here that I had a top pair that was so close that I could have easily done it myself. But even if maybe we didn't totally agree, and not because there's a lot of similar color pattern hogs in here, I don't think that's the point. I don't really care too much what color the pigs are. But hopefully you can see, based on what the classes gave us, at least now, that we can start to see that there's some semblance of symmetry in these animals. I'm not looking for the most of any one thing. As an animal breeder or an animal feeder, that is remarkably easy. And it's okay, sometimes good things are easy, that's great. But the problem is, anytime I maximize something, almost always there's a deleterious effect somewhere else. I'm not necessarily trying to maximize any one thing. I'm trying to optimize a whole bunch of pieces to come together. And I think when you study these, as they chase me back and forth, I'm not walking for my health. I'm walking so you can watch them move. Well, I should walk for my health, I guess, but so you can see them move. As a collective, they are moderate size. They're not too small, they're not too big. Their sound of feet and legs. They combine that soundness, because soundness does not always have to equate to pretty. In fact, a lot of pretty animals are not sound at all. But you see how that kind of comes together. And and also, clearly, and I've conceded this in a class or two, I'm not sure, maybe in one case, but outside of that one, I'm not sure any of these hogs were even close to being the heaviest muscle hog in their class. The pork consumer has told us they don't need a 10-inch loin. They don't need a 10-inch pork chop. You know what that typically turns into? Not very good. And so, and there's a whole bunch of processing issues with all that kind of stuff, nonsense. Like, what we're looking for is hogs who can have a nice balance of muscle and fat. The kind of hogs that aren't, if you know this kind of parlance, if you know this terminology, I'm very specifically not looking for hogs who are 60% lean. Our industry does not want that, and they've made that abundantly clear. I'm looking for hogs who are 55, 57, 58% lean. They balance muscle and fat as best at least their respective classes allow us to put all those pieces together. I think it's a really nice group of pigs. I'm really, really tickled as they come out here. I'm quite pleased with that, to see how well they mesh together. Even given that, my way of thinking as I study this particular group of class winners is the decision comes down to who vies for that champion spot. Let's just cut with it. Let's just cut to the noise here. And the reality is I think there are 2 hogs who are very similar in weight, in look, in design, in presentation. There are subtle differences. The number 10 pig. That pig is not quite as rugged skeleton as the 63 hog. That pig is not quite as forceful in terms of bone work as the 63 hog. Weights, they come out of 2 different classes, but trust me, if you look at the weights, they're essentially the same. It doesn't matter. It's a drink of water. So weight's not a consequence to me. It's a matter of the 10 pig isn't quite as big bone, but does that one being just a little bit more refined in terms of joints. So there's some give and take. The 63 hog is maybe just a bit more powerful bladed, a little more powerful skull. It's just a bit more authoritative when he struts around the ring. On the other hand, the 10 pig, as I told you in class, I think this guy can float and just move around with so much comfort and ease. It's quite impressive. They each have a nemesis, and so let's talk about that nemesis. 10, as I said in class, that pig needs more muscle. Just straight up, simple as that. He's got tolerable enough, but just tolerable. 63, could use just a shot more muscle, but it's not as extreme a situation. So to me, that's the deal. Those are the two pigs. To me, they're nearly the same swine with just some subtle deviations. So with that said, we'll find a champion in this group, and I apologize. This may be the first time in the history of me judging a lot of shows that I won't get to shake the hand of my champion. So I find that a little bit hard for me to take, but I'll take it. And so, with that, before I find that champion, would you give all these kids a great hand for me, please?
Sean Bensley to the ring.
You all can just let them rest while we bring the class off, okay? And to prove that I can use all kinds, the young man with the blue hook comes in, and I think, irrespective of color, that hook blends right in with everybody else. Modern, big body, sound, function, kind of hog that, yes, today their job is to be successful at a county fair. But they could be equally as successful if you were feeding a bunch of them and trying like crazy to turn a profit. With that said, I just think it's pretty straightforward. Young man, you'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations. Everybody else got stage at the champions. Young man, you want to go out
Caitlin Callahan, please to the ring. Caitlin Callahan to the ring, please. If somebody knows for Millie Francis, please send her to the hog barn. Millie France to the hog barn, please. Can somebody send Lane Miyake to the hog barn to bring in his hog, please? Lane Miyake, will somebody please go get him?
Lane needs to get here. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead and advertise, and then we're also looking for Lane and County,
He's on his way. shorts and a t-shirt facing the door.
Yeah, it has to be after.
And then she was like on the wall. Really loud. And then when I was in the thing,
Coming in the other end.
my blood flowed. You just had it all.
All right, I'll come up for me. We'll let it rest again.
Billy Prince, bring your pig to the
Sprinting
pen.
now, it's not marathon.
And then, oh, I know what it is. He picked the top two, and then he's got to order the next 8 for the, because it affects the sale. Well, he's, oh, why is he not saying anything? I don't know. That's a good question. Right?
Lily Meggs, down to the strum ring, please.
Instead of doing like bubble ribbons, we're doing business like
I'll try to get up there and let him know.
Shannon Weller, bring your pig to the show ring.
Hey, Mouthpiece, will you stack or make half? Yeah, 2 kids in there, 2 groups. Yeah, it's just that we gotta have a path too.
Sage Coder, bring your pig to the pen. Alright, we're going to get started with our first class of crossbred females 6 to 12 months. We're going to need Kylie McLean, Riley Bagley, Tay Bagley, Amy Cole, Joe Coates, Kaya Hendrickson, Sean Billingsley, and Lily Meggs. Please bring your pigs to the show ring.
Okay, that's perfect. So yeah, once you get those,
And then there's the security one. That's the next one. Yeah, so that made a security thing. This is the CrossFit female 6 to 12 and Swine security method. Certainly a lot of pieces here that can make a next generation better. And so I think one of the things that's always fun and thought-provoking, and maybe frankly too often omitted from a judging standpoint is, what's the next step? Meaning, if you're going to breed them, what are you going to breed them to? Because I can take a great one and breed it wrong and fail miserable. And so one of the things I guess I lament on occasion when it comes to this sort of effort, regardless of species, is that we have no mechanism to determine that they have the awareness of how to add value with the mating choice. To me, there are 3 hogs that make the most sense for me. And I just need to be honest, they're very different. It's a reasonably small number, and so we've got to take what the class gives us. And I think there are 3 gilts who kind of sneak up to the top, but they are certainly not the same hog. And so I'm just going to talk them as they come to me. And so the first one, as they shuffle around, that's kind of in front of me, is the animated blue-eyed gilt right here, number 24. That hog to me is really just a broody, stout, rugged female, and has enough muscle, maybe as much in terms of volume of muscle as any of the 3 hogs I talked about. Certainly not the most shapely or most expressive of the 3 that we'll speak about, but plenty of muscle. Really like the rib cage on this hog in terms of a maternal depth and maternal shape. All those sounded up. The challenge for this one, this gilt's a little bit plainer made. That's going to have to be considered when we ponder mating decisions. It's always a little bit plainer up front, maybe a little bit more masculine to the front end of herself. And so we need to take that into account. She's maybe not as feminine or refined as the other 2 females we'll speak about. The next female is the clown marked hog here, the 101, kind of close to me. That hog, as you've heard me talk about, structure ad nauseum, and I love just puking into a microphone talking about structure. And I think this hog does all of those things really well. She's really flexible and athletic up front. The way that shoulder plies is really good, and she does it while still being wide enough in terms of the base of her blade. She ties it in tight up around the top of her neck so that she's still refined and feminine. She's very much a lady. She's a prom queen when you look at her up front. When you carry back, plenty Sally middling up. I don't think there's any question about that. But I think she's quite as bold with maybe up high as the white gilt, maybe not. But in mass, she comes across, in total, she comes across with more center body. She's deeper. She's been fed maybe a little more appropriately to handle that piece of it. She's a surprisingly big top when you get up on her. But she probably isn't the most explosive muscle in this top trio. Get in behind her, same thing. She's really square. She's a great breeding piece for some boars that there are a lot of kind of really stout, powerful horse-made boars that she can fix in a hurry. So very, very aesthetically appealing from the side without any really major deficiencies. And then the 3rd female we'll speak about, the one who just made the loop, the belted gilt who just rolled around. A unique breeding piece. She's probably the most extreme. And those who, of the 3 we're going to talk about, and I don't necessarily say that in a negative. Sometimes we know that if we're going to push the envelope, we got to have some of those. And if her job's to go forward and make show bearers, she might need to be able to do that. In here, what would make her a bit more ideal on this particular show day? She had just a touch more fat on her right now. It really would add to her maternal appeal, her maternal look, and soften her up just a little bit. Because of that extremeness, she needs a touch of that to soften her. She's really jerk-necked and kind of out there cool-fronted, really square-made and shapely when you get in behind. Maybe plants a little bit on her outside toe when you watch her motor away from you. She wants to roll to that outside toe just a little bit. So the same boar that would complement her is not the same boar that complements the other 2 gilts we talked about. The same can be said between them. So they're all 3 different. So you got to pick your kind and pick your poison. To me, as much as I really appreciate the blue-eyed female and her sowy nature, she's probably going to find herself, she's going to find herself into the 3rd hole. And then that allows us a top pair that maybe their common thread is that they're both fun to study. They're both aesthetically pleasing. Today, just because I think she's a bit more ready at this point in time, the clown mark gilt's going to get the nod in this particular drive. So the young lady with number 101, she's going to be our champion in this crossbred gilt division. Our young lady, I think it's 17. 17 is going to be our reserve champion, and 24 is going to stand a very, very worthy third. That's a good spot to be in a really tough class. Now, as we continue rolling through, this doesn't get a lot easier because you have some decisions you're going to have to make. To me, the hog that most likely then follows our third place pick and does it with both a bit of a similar approach and a good expression of muscle is the number 12, young lady right here. I think that pig needs a bit more softness, a bit more of the maternal look, but I think makes sense in terms of breeding appeal and breeding value as you compare them to the top end. As we continue to look then and work through this class, here it comes to the decision that I have to decide. Is we have a couple things going on. We have the 117 gilt. In some ways has some of the freshness in the body that I want to see. The 3 gilt has a lot of those pieces as well. The challenge is the 3 gilt gets, I start to question her back leg set. I question how flexible is she is through her hip, through her hop. You watch her when she sets in motion, she really struggles to go out and grab an authoritative step and do it with some smoothness. One of the things about a sound hog is that spine ought to flow between both ends of the body. And so, at first blush, I think that's a decision. The more I study it, it's not, because what's actually going to happen is we're going to jostle it up a little bit. We're going to let the 117 pig go ahead and stand in 5, but then we're going to drop down and we're going to get a pig that, again, at first blush wasn't my thought, but the young lady's little, is it 15? No, 5. So 5, yep, young lady with the 5, again, kind of a slightly frailer built pig, but one who's balanced up a little bit better and sounder than the number 3 pig. And we're going to go ahead and let her sneak in, and then the 3 pig's going to follow her. And that's going to then work for us to make a little more sense of the rhyme. We'll follow that with 19. Here's a big body one who just gets a little too round in terms of her hip design for me. Do I question her longevity or soundness? No, in fact I don't. But in terms of cosmetic appeal, the ability to maybe go forth and maybe potentially knock out an elite show barrel or two, or a show gilt or two, it's going to get a little bit challenging to pull that off for her. So, and then that leaves us, if I'm not mistaken, with a pig that I think actually has a lot of promise in this class. It's just not the drive for the number 10, the gilt with the young man and the number 10. There's a gilt who's certainly got loads of muscle. Today, not only is she the smallest, I'm not super worried about that. Folks who know me know I picked a lot of young animals and a lot of small animals to win classes. To me, I want to make sure she's going to drop into that plank and soften into herself. When she does that with a little bit of time and a little maturity, she can shake this class up a little bit. It's just not today. Give our exhibitors here in the gilt class a nice hand for us, please.
All right, for our swine maturity, in first place is going to be Kaya Henderson. In second place is Sean Billingsley. In third place is Amy. In fourth place is Shayla Moore. In fifth place is Kylie McLean. And in sixth place is Brooklyn Ludeman. Good job.
I'm going to go ahead and start throwing names out there for novice. So if you guys know this child, please tell them to prepare for showmanship and come to the bar. Riley Baggett, you're already here, so you're going to want to stay. Silas Elon. Taylor Brayton. Kristen England Carter. Kipper Stay. Macy Smith. Mia Stratford. Lady Jensen. Finley Stratford. Desiree Burrish Miller. You guys know any of those kids? Please tell them they are in the callback for novice showmanship and need to head to the barn. between each other, and we're staying off the rail. These are commonly touched surfaces. You guys cannot be touching or leaning on the rail. Thank you.
So what is the temperature in Missoula?
It really doesn't matter what you did. It really matters what's in the video. It's actually this last couple days has been pretty comfortable. We had a normal like in the mid-high 70s, just stellar. But it's been pretty consistently in the low 90s. We just kind of get it. We got to 100 a time or two, and you get
100 into 70%.
Yeah, sometimes higher than that. It's pretty. So I like my trips to Montana. Originally, I worked for the Two Adult Association, so they're awesome.
My daughter signed up for health camp. She's going to Missoula to be an aide.
Okay, awesome. So, yeah, I enjoy the trip
I love
to
it.
Montana. Yeah.
I would be there. I told my husband to come
Good.
when Sean graduates.
Fair enough.
Because they're all going to be going there anyway.
Heck yeah. Buy a house and yeah, can't afford to hardly live there though.
She's lucky. This is Kylie. Her boyfriend actually found a trailer there. So,
Well, that is.
her on this way.
My junior callbacks can come into their pens. If you're a senior callback for showmanship and your name is on the list, please arrive towards the north end of the arena. I need all of my junior showmanship callbacks to please come into the arena to your hog pen.
I am.
My daughter was reading.
Yeah, that's at your home.
Yes.
You know? Really?
Yes. Mom just
Do it, yeah. Halfway doing it.
And
They're addicted. They are. Good.
so she's all excited to help me.
It's wonderful.
So it's like, I don't get to do it, but I see them excited to do it.
Yeah, but and there's something, young ladies and kids, they're just great. There's something young men, and they're also If you're very cool. Well, thank you.
Thanks, you. We appreciate it.
All right, how about a hand for our novice? So it was a little more challenging for me today, just because it was a little different setup with the way the year is, the COVID or Corona or whatever you want to call it, being off outside of the ring is where I evaluated through their market classes and tried to watch them show to a different judge, and that really gave me a new perspective, and I think I learned a little bit more, and I try and do that every day. You learn a little bit more, but it was one of those things that I found a little bit challenging, but I thought was really, really interesting and kind of rewarding coming in here this class and then getting to be able to have them judge me in this second part for showmanship. So I thought that was really kind of an interesting idea and worked out quite a bit better than what I had envisioned in my head when we started this. So for me in this class, I'm going to tend to work these as we get upwards in age, maybe just a little bit more. The novices, when I worked through the novices all the way through the market classes, the importance to me, first and foremost, came effort. I really appreciate an individual that puts forth the effort. Maybe their pig didn't work for them as well. Maybe they weren't showing that hog off nearly as well as they could have. And so as we go through this novice class and I start to work down through these, a lot of these individuals in this class are here because of the effort they put in their individual market class or ringing classes. So for that reason, as we go through here, please try and keep that in mind. It's a tough class now, you can tell. They all know where the exit is, they know where they're going back to their pens, and a lot of them are tired. So it's going to sort through. Some of these showmen are going to have to get after their pigs maybe just a little bit more. Maybe they're going to have to get those pigs out away from the rail a little bit more than they would have in the first couple of classes. And I'm going to go through and try and talk about each individual as we go through here. But I'll go out and pick our top 5, and then we'll come back and talk about the individuals just a little bit. But I thought the novice division did absolutely outstanding. Let's give them a nice big round of applause. Okay, I'm going to do this on the microphone. Normally I'd be able to shake hands, but as we go through here, it's going to be just a little bit better for me to go through and call 1 through 5. For me, in this first spot, or actually the first 2 or 3 spots, were some individuals that really had a tough go in their class with how their pigs were responding and how they were working for them this class. So it might have dropped them a couple of places as we go through here. But I think more than anything, showmanship's about control and, like I said, effort in that novice class. So for me, these top 1 and 2 spots might not have been there originally had we been in the first class, but that being said, I think a really good group. So for me, in this top single spot is going to be this young lady, 28, over here with this bigger bear. Now there are some things I would like to change about your showmanship, especially with this bear, is driving him out just a little bit more and getting that head up just a little bit more. But of everybody else in here, you showed the most control and probably the most poise in the class when you came through here. That being said, I would have liked to have seen him maybe out towards me a little bit more and being able to drive that angle off. But I think in terms of control and being able to put that hog throughout the entire class, where the rest of them struggled just a little bit, that's why you ended up first in the class. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Second and third are over here, and I think 2 really good showmen. I'm going to end up second with the young lady right here, and third with that 134 with that black gilt. In my mind, when we came in, both of these young ladies were going to take that top 1 and 2 spot just from seeing them earlier. But showmanship is a new class every time you enter the gate. And these 2 gilts know where their pin is, and they just want to go back. The young lady here at number 5, I think doing a really nice job. When you can get her away from the rail, man, you really show her off really well. But she did not want to work for you in this class nearly as well. And then that 134 over there, the young lady, same type of deal. That gilt just kind of quit on you in the end, and she doesn't want to move. She doesn't want to come off the rail. But if you watch these 2 showmen, they're still watching me. They're trying to get their hogs off, and I'm really appreciative of that. How about a hand for second and third? As we get down into 4th and 5th, it becomes just a little bit more challenging because I think there's a young lady in here that maybe isn't as flashy as some of the other ones, but I still think moving her hog and doing really well. And that's going to be this young lady, 140 right here, is going to be in that 4th spot. The biggest thing for me is this barrow really looks a lot better if you can get him on the move and keep him traveling. And that's where it kind of fell short for you. A lot of times he just wants to stop on you. And so for me, I wanted to see you get him out a little bit more, get him off that rail and towards me just a little bit, like Chip talked about earlier. You shouldn't be closer than 8 feet, but a lot of times I saw him a lot further away, and so I couldn't get a good evaluation of him as we go through the ring. As we come down to 5th, I went back and forth. I think there's a couple individuals that do a really nice job, and I'm going to come back and talk about some general showmanship after this. But in terms of fifth, I went back and forth, but I'm going to end up with this young lady, 139 over here with that belt again. Same thing as the last young lady we talked about. That hog was just a little bit further away from me than I wanted to see. And I'm going to go through and make some general comments now. Young lady right here, 49. If she would have worked for you, you would have been in that top 5 in this class. And that's kind of where it fell, is she just wants to push you around. She wants to get off on the rail. She wants to kind of go over towards the gate. And that was through a majority of the class, is she just didn't want to work for you as well. But very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give her a nice round of applause as well. The young lady right here with this green mask on and this barrel. At times, I would say you follow him around just every once in a while. He kind of leads you to where he wants you to go. And I wanted to see you be able to put him in that class where you wanted him to be. And that's kind of where it broke out for me today, is I just wanted to see a little bit more control on where you were putting that hog. And then the other thing is in juniors and seniors, go ahead and take that hand off from behind your back. You don't need to handicap yourself right off the bat by tying one hand behind your back when you're showing pigs. That other hand is useful with a brush or getting up in front of that hog or something like that. I'm not asking you to change today, and I didn't really discount anybody in here for it. But just go ahead and take that hand away from the back. And that way you've got 2 hands to work with, and you can do just a little bit more with both those hands. But she did a nice job over here. Let's give her a good round of applause for coming out. Young lady here with this field, same type of thing, we'll talk about that hand, but that being said, she leads you around a little bit more around the ring than I wanted to see. I wanted you to be able to push her to where you wanted her to go. Watching me, I really appreciated that. The other thing is make sure you're on the correct side of that animal a little bit more often. Every once in a while I caught you in between my vision and your hog, and so you always want to keep that animal in between you and the judge at all times. But that being said, I think very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give her a good round of applause as well. Young lady with this red gilt over here, she's not having any of it in this class. She doesn't want to work, she doesn't want to come off the rail, she doesn't want to do much of anything for you. I appreciate you coming out here and trying in this class and trying to get her to work, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Same thing with the young man right here. She just does not want to work for you in this class. But I think 2 individuals that have done a good job getting here into this final class, let's give them a nice big round of applause as well. Just a couple of final notes in terms of the quality of showmanship that we saw in the novices and what we're going to see in the juniors and seniors. Really, really appreciative. For the juniors and seniors, what I'm looking for is control, and I'm looking for how you present that hog and drive it off, and how we can get those hogs presented to the best of their ability. So just a few notes, but the novices did outstanding here. Let's give them a good round before we go back to the camp.
Our first place, Desiree Burrish-Miller. Second place, Riley Magley. Third place, Macy Smith. And fourth, Nia Stratford. Rounding out in fifth, Finley Stratford. Congratulations, novice showman.
Gets out the middle, she tends to okay, now I'm good, and then she forgets to.
Junior Strowman, call back. please make your way to the ring. Sawyer Cooney, Hunter Lund, Levi Conover, Madison Yaki, Delaney Matheson, Kathleen Gomez, Max Carter.
Senior callbacks, please come to your pens. We need John Warner, Justin West, Tel Arthur, Madison LaTrey, Lauren Magnuson, Shelby Miyake, Lillian Meggs, Riley Morton, Claire Bagnell, Grace Feasterfeld, Kaya Hendrickson, and Sean Billingsley.
That's what you get for doing it once. So I can't do that. Stuff like that.
How about a hand for the juniors? Well, inevitably, as we get upwards in age, we're able to bring those hogs and maybe have a little bit more control of them. Maybe being able to read that hog just a touch better because you've had more and more experience as you go through it. And so sometimes that helps you out a little bit. I'm going to go through and pick our 1 through 5, and then I'll come back and talk about the individuals just a little bit. Well, I'll probably do it over the microphone the same way we did before, just because that's, like Chip said, it's kind of a challenge not to be able to go up and congratulate the individuals, but that's what we have to deal with, and so we're going to make it work. This class, for me, I think was a lot more consistent. This class was really, really competitive as a group, and I appreciated that. There's a couple individuals in here that you notice right from the get-go, and then you come around and throughout the entire class, they're always right there, or they're always where you need them to be, or they're always making sure that their hog is presented to myself, and I appreciated that quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'll go through 1 through 5, and then I'll talk about the other 2 individuals that we have out here. But for me, first in the class, I think is an individual that when we talked about purposeful control, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the class, but I think an individual that really, really had it down in this class, and that's this young man right here, 34, is going to be your winner. Just like Chip told you, get that head up a little bit if you can, especially on that gilt. She's going to show it a lot better. She's one of those ones that if you can keep her head up a little bit more, she's going to show off and balance up the way she is, just an asset. So, how about a hand for your granny? Reserve was one that was probably as consistent throughout the entire class as anybody else, but I think doing a really good job, even though her pig's a little noisier right now. We're going to put her in second place. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That last little bit at the end almost broke it for you, but you were so solid throughout the entire show that we kind of had to give it to you in that second place because you definitely earned it. Third for me became a little bit more challenging as we go through here. I think more of kind of a quiet type of a showman, but it's going to be this young man, 39 right here, who's going to end up in my third spot. I would like to see you drive that hog off just a little bit better in terms of where you're actually going with it. So that purposeful, I need to be over here for that judge to see it just perfectly, or I need to get that right directly away from the judge, or driving right at me. Those type of views, and just knowing where those are and where I'm going. But I think had you had that, you would have been upwards in today, but definitely a solid showman. Let's give him a good round of applause as well. Fourth, This one was a challenge for me because I think I really like the showman in terms of attentive and ring awareness and where other people are at in the ring. But I talked about purposeful control before. But I'm going to go ahead and give this young man fourth in the class. Do you know what I mean when I say purposeful control? He can turn this hog wherever he wants in the ring. You can go up there and you can turn that hog right back at me. But what you do is you do a lot of drive-bys. Have you noticed that? Give me a few more angles and be able to slow her down just a little bit more. If you can slow her down and then come around and give me away angles, towards angles, and then maybe some 45s or something like that, give me a little bit more of a definitive picture on where you're going with her. You can turn her wherever you want, but then she's off like a shot the other way. Does that make sense? And that's kind of what brought you into fourth today. Let's give him a good round of applause. Fifth, I think, was a lot better showman than what the pig allowed for this showman to present for me in the class. That's going to be this young lady, 96. That first half of the class was rough. She knows where the exit is. She wants to go back to her pen. She's a little bit tired right now. She's also a little bit stiff on those back legs, and so every step she takes, she's starting to get a little bit more sore. But you kept working at it. You really kept trying to drive her off. And there at the end, this last 5 minutes of the show, you really shined and showed me the skills that I saw earlier today. And so that's why you worked up into that test spot today. Let's give her a nice round of applause. I might come over and talk about this young lady. That was a neat maneuver you did over here. He doesn't want to work for you in this class. And just like I talked about that one young man, that purposeful control of where you can put him and where you can put him at in the ring. It was a lot of just going, swinging out towards the rail and then coming back by and then going all the way and coming back by. I think you have some more showmanship skills than he lets you display, but at the same time, he's tired. He's been out here a couple of times. He knows he's going back to the pen, but I still think she was pretty deserving to be in this last class. Let's give her a good round of applause as well. And these last two are in no particular order by any means, but I'm going to talk about this young man with this smaller gilt next. A little bit of trouble on being able to control her in this class. You can tell you've worked with her, you can tell you've tried to get her out here and get ready, but she's just at a point now where she's starting to fight back against you and wanting to go where she wants to go. So that's kind of what broke it in this class, but I think he did an outstanding job as well in this junior division. Let's send them all back with a good round.
Alright, so our placings for junior showmanship. In first place was Max Cantor. In second was Madison Miyake. Third, Levi Conover. Fourth, Hunter Lund. And fifth, Delaney Magus. Seniors, you can start making your way down to the ramp.
How about a hand for our seniors? I'm going to get on the microphone here for just a second, so I went ahead and had them stop their hogs, so that way they can rest for a minute, kind of recoup here for just a second, but that does not necessarily mean stop showing, if you guys know what that term stop your hogs means, okay? As we go through here, I asked them a simple yet very complicated question. The question is what is the difference between PSS and PSE? Anybody know on the outside? I know you know.
Oh, okay.
Anybody know? A few of you got close. PSS is porcine stress syndrome. It is a genetic disorder. It can cause them to stress and have adverse carcass characteristics when they get to the rail. PSE is pale, soft, and exudate. Pale means the meat, it's a meat quality standard. Pale means that meat is very, very light, almost opaque. Soft means you can actually take your index finger and run it down through the top of that loin eye area. And exudate means will not hold water. So you end up, as soon as you split that carcass right at the 10th and 11th rib, you end up with a giant pool of water underneath that carcass. That meat ends up drying out, becoming tasteless, and is kind of unusable other than in grinds. So as we go through here and talk about those things, I think you guys did a really good job of trying to answer my question. Don't worry, there wasn't one of you that got it right. A lot of you were very honest and said, I don't know, but I will find out, or I will work on that for next year. I appreciate that. I asked you a hard question intentionally to see, one, how you react, and two, to see what your knowledge base is. A lot of times you can infer from a question on where we're going, but I think as a group of seniors and our one junior that came back from his class, I think did an excellent job. Some of the hogs out here are done. Some of them don't want to be out here anymore, and you can tell that the more the class went on and on. But I think as a group of seniors, you're very, very good in terms of your showmanship. You could go a lot of different counties, in-state and out-of-state, be very competitive. So with that, I'll go out and pick our 1 through 5, just kind of like we did before, and I think one that easily comes to the top of the class in showmanship for me, and it's this young lady who's been right here in front of me the whole time in this class. Let's give her a good round of applause. She wanted to quit on you a couple of times. You do a good job with her, keeping her moving and keeping me those different angles. And one of the few that was purposeful in how you were stopping your hog, and I appreciated that for the young lady. So how about a hand for your grant? Reserve for me was a little bit more, I guess, competitive in this class, but I think one that kind of rose up there and was really, really great in her control and how she got that hog around, and that's number 13 with that deadlift. At times you were a little bit further away from me than I guess I would have liked to have seen, but it's a big class and I know what you were trying to do and trying to stay out of the crowd, and so I really appreciate that. He has a little trouble traveling as we went through, and you heard about that market, and as he was talking about structure and having some swelling and stuff like that to his house, but you did a really good job of trying to keep him on the move in a purposeful manner. I appreciate that. How about a hand for me? Third for me, I think an individual that really, really exhibited the same way those other two and fit right in with that group, and that's 116, this young lady with this other book. I would say the biggest thing for me on him is he doesn't want to show off for you nearly as well. He doesn't want to pick his head up. He doesn't want to move off very well, and not that I'm trying to evaluate his structure and how he is, but it's how you show how he is. And so maybe just a little bit more purposeful on where you're putting him in the ring for his particular structure. But he usually comes in the third in that spot. How about you don't have a nice round of applause? Fourth and fifth were a little bit more of a challenge because as we got down through here, I think there's some individuals that have some good showmanship skills, but didn't get to display them nearly as much as they wanted to. But fourth for me is going to come down to a young lady I think has those skills there, and if her jump would have moved off forward just a little bit better, she'd be in that spot. And that's that young lady 88 right there. She had a lot tougher go in this class than in your previous class when you brought her out. But the young lady is phenomenal in how you're trying to get her head up and trying to walk her off and get me a good angle view of where she's at. It just didn't work quite as well for in this class as some of the other ones. How about a hand for her? Coming back the other way into fifth, and I'm going to talk about the other individuals that I haven't gotten to yet, but fifth for me, there's about 3 or 4 below this that could have went up into this fifth spot, but it's going to be this young lady 23 right here. You were as consistent in this class as anybody else, and I really appreciated that trying to move this real off. At times you were a little further away and you get lost in the crowd just a little bit. Try and stay out of those big groups of hogs if you can, because I think you have the control with her. I think you just needed to be a little bit more aggressive on where you're putting her and being able to get her away from that mess. But that being said, kind of worked into fifth for me today because you have the caliber to be in that top 1 and 2 spot, just wasn't quite there as polished as some of the other individuals. How about a hand for her? I'm going to come and talk about a couple of the other individuals because I think some individuals that didn't get to display their showmanship very well, much like the young man right here. That hog is done. And it kind of was when it first came into this class. You did a really good showmanship job when you came out here into the breeding show and worked through those hogs, and I think if you would have been in that class and that caliber and the hog worked for you there, you would have been upwards in this class here. But it just wasn't going to happen in this class. And you already knew that coming, about halfway through you kind of knew where that hog was at. But really, really good showman. Let's give him a nice round of applause as well. Another young lady, 121 over here with this blue mask. A little bit inconsistent on how she was showing off for you. She'd come out closer into the middle of the ring and then she'd suck back towards the rail, and then she'd come out closer for you and then she'd suck back or go off in a corner or get in a group, and she's just getting tired. And that's kind of what it is for me. The biggest thing, if you could show her off just like she is right now with that head up just a little bit more, she comes out and balances just that much better. And you saw that in your previous classes. This one just didn't work out for you as well. She still does a nice job and very, very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give her a good round of applause for that. Young man, 147 over there, just a little bit more control on where you're able to put that hog. Same thing with 34 right here. Just a little bit more control on where you're able to put them and get them out of the crowd just a little bit more. But again, very deserving to be in this last class. Let's give both those young men a big round of applause. 150 is one of those ones that I think is going to do really well as you get, if you continue to work with animals and you continue through your life. You're one of those ones that I see is coming in and being really polished. I mean, I know you're a senior right now, or at the senior level for age, but if you continue on in your life, I think with animals, they really, really respond to you fairly well. I think the biggest thing is that polish and that detail of where you're able to put him in the ring. And that's kind of where it was. You were right in front of me the whole time. But as we talked about in a couple other classes, it was almost like a drive-by, and I couldn't see that hog nearly as detailed as I want to see. But again, the young man did fantastic. He's still showing off that there as much as anybody. Let's give him a good round of applause. He didn't even want to start the show for you in this class. he's just done, and I appreciate that you recognize that, and you tried not to fight with him nearly as much as you probably could have. I mean, you're a little bit taller, you're bigger, you could probably push him around a little bit more, but I appreciate that you recognize this hog. You weren't going to get any more out of it. He wants to go back to the pen. He's tired. He's done for the day, and I really want you to know how valuable of a decision that was, because you did a fantastic job in recognizing that. And a lot of times these hogs will, or animals in general, will frustrate you. They will not do anything you want them to. But at the end of the day, it's all about husbandry and what we can do with these animals. Really, really enjoyed the showmanship that I saw throughout the entire day, and then being able to get out here and be in the ring with the youth was an honor for me. So give them a good round of applause for putting it back.
For our senior class's showmanship, in first is Kaya Henderson. In second is Claire Bagnell. In third is Shelby Miyake. Fourth, Madison Latray. And fifth, Grace Beaster.
So that will conclude our show for the day.
You